Hey, anybody out there?
Yes, Supervisor, we hear you. We're waiting on the vice chair to start the meeting.
Okay, wasn't sure if you guys went into,
Not yet.
okay. All right. Gradually trying to pull up, I need a third or fourth screen for all these, oh, here's a buried electronic file. Here's another one. Here's another one.
Yeah, so the chair is delayed, so I've reached out to the Vice Chair Fowler to get this meeting kicked off, and then we'll go into, the board will consider going into exec session, then we'll go to the Teams link.
Roger, Dodger. All right. My plants got hammered last night by that freeze. Oh my gosh. I even covered some.
Eric, could you reach out to Lena, please?
Will do.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
This is Lena. Great. Hi, yes. Today is Tuesday, July 9th, and we have a possible executive session. This is a special session that starts at 4 p.m. and is it the advice of our county manager to go into executive session?
Yes, ma'am, and I assume we have concurrence from Rose Winkler to go into executive session for items 1 and 2.
Okay, that's,
Yes. This is Rose. Just
Thank
to
you,
confirm.
Rose.
So I'll go
Okay,
ahead and make
thank
a
you.
motion to go into executive session. This is Matt Ryan.
Second,
and do
Supervisor
we have,
Babbitt.
we have a motion motion and a second, and all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And is
Aye.
Supervisor Parks on the line?
Yes. And I vote
Okay.
aye.
Okay, good. Okay, we have 4, and we don't, the chair has not joined us, so we have a consensus to go into executive session. Now, for executive session, we need to go into another, we need to go into the Teams meeting. So we will come back into regular session at 6 p.m. Thank you. With that, we will now transfer to the executive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair.
Good evening, members of the public. I'm Eric Peterson, Public Affairs Director for Coconino County. Our board meeting tonight will begin in probably about another 10 minutes as the board finishes its executive session. So again, a reminder, our board meeting will begin in likely about another 10 minutes at around 6:15 as the board concludes its executive session.
Well, good evening. This is a meeting of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, June 9th, today, Tuesday. We had started our special session at 4 o'clock today and had an executive session, and we just came out of our executive session and we're going into our regular session. We have all members of the Board of Supervisors who are joining this video conference meeting. And I'll just go ahead and have them acknowledge that they are on the line so everyone knows that we have a full board present. I'm Liz Archuleta, Chair of the Board. Supervisor Babbitt, District 1. If you'll just let us know you are on.
I'm on. Thanks, Madam Chair. Apologies.
Oh, no, it's okay. Vice Chair Fowler.
I am present, Madam
Great.
Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Ryan.
I'm here, Liz.
Great, thank you. And Supervisor Park.
So waiting on Supervisor Parks, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, let's make sure that he's not having any technical difficulties. And we can go ahead and see if he needs any assistance getting on the line, either through video conference or by phone. In the meantime, I will call this meeting to order, and I will ask all those who are able to please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we have the next portion of our meeting is public participation. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak to the Board of Supervisors about an item that is not on our agenda. If you want to speak about an item that is on our agenda, there will be a time to do that as we move through our agenda. This is an opportunity for you to provide comments. Each member of the public has approximately 5 minutes to be able to do so. Please know we won't be able to engage in a discussion with you, but we are pleased to be able to listen to what you have to say. And so is there any member of the public that wishes to share something with the Board of Supervisors? If you would like to do that, you just need to indicate that you would like to do that by putting in the chat that you would like to speak. And we will see that either in the chat or in the question and answer period. And also, Mr. Peterson, can you tell us if there's other ways that people can indicate if they'd like to speak?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. For all those members of the public who wish to speak to call to the public, please, on the bottom of your screen, you'll see a raise your hand button. You can press that. That will raise your hand. We do have one hand raised as of right now, Chairwoman Archuleta, or you can enter into the chat or the Q&A function, just noting your name and you would like to speak. So Chairwoman, I do see one hand raised at the moment. Mike Lovin, Project Executive, has his hand raised.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lovin, go ahead.
Excuse me, that is my lack of technological prowess, and I will defer to the next member.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We all know just enough to make mistakes here and there about this technology, so we're all learning together. Thank you. Mr. Peterson, anybody else?
I see no other hands raised and there are no comments or chats at this point, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I will go ahead then and close public participation, and we will go on to the consent agenda of the Board of Supervisors. And let me ask members of the board if there are any items of the 8 that you wish to be removed and considered for individually for either comments to be made, questions to be asked, or presentation from staff? Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to approve the Board of Supervisors consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Fowler. Is there a second?
I'll go ahead and second. This is Supervisor Ryan.
Okay, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. Any comments? All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, it's unanimous vote. 5 members of the Board of Supervisors approve the consent agenda. Passes. Thank you very much. That now brings us to item number 9. And we also, just so you know, we do have Supervisor Parks on as well, which is great. Item number 9 is consideration and possible action to approve the contract award for bid request number 2020-02 for the Fort Ted Hill Utility Improvement Project. And we have Cynthia Nemeth from Parks and Recreation, the director, to discuss this item with us. Cynthia?
Madam Chair, members of the board, it is my pleasure to introduce this item. It is a project that is nearly 20 years in the making. It is a project that was approved by the voters in 2002 through the County Parks and Open Space Initiative. And this is one of the last of the second to the last remaining project from that initiative. What this would do would bring sewer to Fort Hill County Park along the alignment of the north border of the park all the way to, between the north border of Fort Hill and University Heights. It will allow for expansion of the park. It will allow for our partners to expand, and it'll also allow us to wean ourselves off of a dated and near capacity septic system. And we look forward to the eventuality of building out permanent restrooms and, like I said, allowing our public partners for their expansion, upgrading campgrounds, and just basically taking service off of a septic system and moving on to a sewer system. The beauty of this project is that it really has involved a lot of partnerships, which we're proud of, and we know that partnerships work. And in this case, we've partnered with Northern Arizona Health Corporation, and we're partnering on a section of water installation, and you'll see that documentation reflected in your packet. We're a very prominent partner, obviously, is the City of Flagstaff, and our very own Public Works Department, and then numerous private entities that have allowed us to work through easements and then reroutes, for example, of the Foots Trail system. And then, that's something that we'll be looking forward to as in terms of next steps after the eventuality or the potential of this approval, rerouting the Foots during the construction of this sewer line. And then also we'll be working with the City of Flagstaff on recapture agreements for future tie-ins to this system. I want to recognize Jeff Stein, who has been tagging this project for many years. And while he's in the Public Works Department, he continues to work on this project and as a project manager on behalf of the county, on behalf of the department. And I really want to thank him for all the work that he has done and thank him in advance for the work that is to come. And of course, I want to thank all the people who submitted bids for this project. And with that, I want to see if the board has any questions. Jeff Stein is with us also this evening. If there are any technical questions or additional questions, historical questions that he might be able to answer as well.
Thank you, Cynthia, and thank you, Jeff, for being on as well. Let me see if there are questions from the board. Board members, any questions for Cynthia or comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes,
if I may.
Supervisor Ryan?
Comments more than anything else. So back in the early 90s, I served on a master plan opportunity for Fort Tuthill. It was the first one that we were putting together way back when John Baker was the director of Parks and Recreation. You know, it was a public process. I was a citizen at the time, but what staff brought forward, as well as the discussions, both within the committee as well as from the general public, was a discussion of the utilities at Fort Tuthill and how deficient they were. And so eventually that was put together in a master plan of recommendation of an improvement. Gradually, as we progressed through time, it became the discussion when there was a consideration of putting together a Parks and Open Space initiative that the first project that was recommended associated with what we should do with CPOS was to make improvements to the sewer and water out at Fort Tuthill. So as Cynthia said, 20 years and more that we've been moving forward to this day of these are dearly needed improvements, and we've had it built into citizens initiative through Proposition 403, which you know, had very strong support. And then over time, as CPOS evolved for what we had money for or we didn't have money for, each of the boards in this board coming to fruition, very important, has supported what we need to do associated with it. It's also brought together partnerships, which are important. And so, you know, I'm pretty excited about where we are with what's happening. I appreciate all the work that staff has put forward. Lucinda, Cynthia, Jeff, there are many staff members. You start naming them, you'll miss somebody related to it, and the partners with it. So just, you know, there's so much history associated with this of just trying to keep it up there, see that we follow through with it, that we're reaching this final point. So, you know, I'm expressing my appreciation. And when it comes time for the motion, I would like to make the motion associated with this, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Babbitt?
Yeah, thanks very much. Just following up on Supervisor Ryan's comments. Yeah, this has just been a long walk here. I do have a couple questions before I get to those. You know, I just really want to appreciate Jeff's work and the whole Parks and Rec crew working on this, management and Lucinda working, getting the pieces with the city over the finish line. That was, you know, a long process. And then really, you know, so part of this was all that kind of cleanup and walking forward from the past. And then the other part of this agreement is the future piece, and the NAH piece is really, really important. Jimmy was super receptive early to just conversations about how we look forward and make sure that this facility not only serves the county's needs, but also serves needs that are going to possibly be coming in direct proximity to us out there. So just, yeah, it's really good. I mean, I think we've really done a good job of making sure the future partners are engaged, and they were just really productive folks. And so that's really good. I do have, let's see, a question. The staff report says the price is different than what the bid schedule says. It's $100,000 higher. And so I'm assuming we are going to go off the bid schedule. The bid schedule is $2,001,102. The staff report indicates $2,101,000. I would like to request part of that $100,000 savings I've just accrued the county to District 1. No, we need to square that away and find out what the right deal is. And then also the lineal fee to sewer come from the contracting world don't quite add up. And I know it's approximate. And so assuming we're good with that, but we do need to reflect in the motion, I believe, unless someone has a different read of it, the actual number that's in the bid schedule, not what's in the staff report. Oh, and then the last question for Jeff is the staff report references construction anticipated in the spring. And I was, my computer died, so I didn't hear Cynthia's first pieces. I want to know where are we with that? And if you said it, apologies, I'm sorry, but it says going to anticipated in the spring with completion by the fall. Are we still in line? Where are we with that?
Thank you, Supervisor Babbitt. Why don't we start there, Cynthia, and then you can any of the other questions that that you would like for Jeff to answer, then you can give those to him as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisor Babbitt, members of the board. In terms of construction timeline, we are anticipating a late June, and Jeff, please chime in if I'm in error. A late June start time, and yes, anticipating a late summer, early fall completion of this project. Supervisor Babbitt, the $100,000 added, the addition that you see there is, we've added that as contingency for this project. And I'll let Jeff Stein jump in to make any further clarifications, and then maybe touch on the linear footage of the pipe.
Okay.
Sure. Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Babbitt, members of the board. That's correct. We added the 5%, roughly $100,000 contingency in for project support. So that's what that $100,000 is for.
And so why isn't that added? Typically, when I've seen bids in the past, they are contingency as part of a line item addition after the gross bid numbers. And I may be missing it. I just was trying to do the math here today on this. I didn't see the contingency.
Jeff, is that an owner's contingency?
That is an owner's contingency. So that's why we had it out.
Gotcha. Okay. And where is it in the contract? And where is it announced?
Pulling up.
And so here's my point. If it's in, let's make sure it's just really clear what's in and whether that's in the motion. But we should be able to really quickly, easily figure out where those are. Just as a consumer of this, to me, wonder why those two would, and then looking for where the contingency was. I was assuming that's what it was, but I didn't see it. So anyway, fair enough.
I think the way that I would look at it is it's an owner contingency. The board is approving the contract plus the additional 100,000 from what was budgeted, which is still about what, Jeff, about 300,000 under what was budgeted. And so, or 200,000 with the 100,000 for owner's contingency.
Yeah.
The owner gets to control the use of that contingency.
Okay.
It's not part of the contract.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I see it in that final paragraph. I just was assuming it was embedded in the bid schedule. So I think that's probably as much as my bad read as anything. So thanks.
So let's just, and then also Rose, I mean, maybe you can just at some point, after we finish the discussion here, you can see if the motion that is cited in our agenda needs to be modified at all. Okay, Jeff, is there something, would you like to
No,
make any
just-
comments?
Just to follow up on the schedule, yes, we are looking at starting mobilizing in June upon award, if we move that action tonight. And then, in speaking with the contractor, we had a pre-award meeting. They felt like 60 to 90 days was the construction window. So we're looking at September to October as our anticipated finish date.
Okay, any other questions or discussion?
Actually, just curious about the discussion about the linear footage. Didn't hear the answer on that, but another piece that I do want to add to the discussion would be, and I'm assuming the contractor's out there on the line on this, but the public information component is a very important aspect. I know there's been work done by our own staff on outreach about rerouting the Foots Trail, but also of importance is impact to communities as the project progresses, that there's a good public information and traffic coordination associated with this. The other piece of it is there will be a little bit of overlap with the Mountain Dale Drainage Project and the sewer project. And, I'll pose it as a question, Jeff, that's all been worked out.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan, we're having weekly meetings right now with the Mountain Dale Drainage. So we're in close coordination there. They are completing a portion of the sewer line, which is the line that runs across Sinclair Wash, because that's within the project limits for the drainage project. So we work with Tiffany Construction to complete that, so we wouldn't have to come in and disturb that work again. They're also putting a box culvert in Palmer, and they're going to install a casing underneath of that, so we don't have to disturb that work. And then they're installing another casing on Sinclair, which would be for future sewer developments in the Mountain Dale community. So we're working with them to complete those scopes of work. And then once we begin construction, be coordinating traffic control for both the vehicles and the Foots Trail.
Thank you. And the linear footage they'd already asked about?
Yeah, so the linear footage, I'll look into that, but I believe that needs to be adjusted based upon what Tiffany is doing. We pulled a little bit out, but we can, I'd like to just look into that in detail and then make sure we're correct with basically the contract is going to reflect that the bid is the amount. So I think the staff report didn't account for the portion that Tiffany was going to be constructing.
And so with that, that'll swing back to where Liz was going. I was curious on Rose's response, if we needed to make any modifications also.
Chair Chuleta, would you like me to address that at this
sure.
point? Or?
Well, let me see if there's any other questions just about the construction itself and about the project, and then we'll get to you right before we make the motion, okay?
Okay.
Other board members, any other questions, comments?
Just a comment, Supervisor.
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair Fowler.
Just to acknowledge the work that's been done and the partnership that's been established. Ever since I have been elected to office, this has been in the conversation. So I just like to appreciate everyone that is involved, and just the amount of the work that has been done on this particular project. I'm just really happy that it is starting that, and it sounds like it'll be done this year. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Fowler. Well, thank you. I think we're almost going to be ready for a motion here. Let me just comment that, yes, this is wonderful that we're going to begin this project. And I do want to just recognize the entire board for their, for making this something that's been a priority for quite some time. And I do want to especially recognize Supervisor Ryan, who has been a strong proponent for Fort Hill and for this project. I mean, for several years, he's been saying how we need to get to this point where we can actually put in the utility improvements for the park. And then of course the entire board has been very, very strong on this. So thank you for that. This is going to be quite value added to the park. Rose, why don't you tell us what motion would be, the components of the motion that we need to put forth to be able to consider this item for a vote?
Chair Archuleta, I think the simplest way to address this would be for the motion to be for approval of the contract, subject to a final review by the county attorney's office to ensure the board's comments are addressed in the contract.
Okay. Make sure we got that. And Supervisor Ryan, are you ready to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I move that we approve the contract award for bid request number 2020-02 for the Fort Hill Utility Improvement Project in the amount of $2,101,102 with the Western Utility Contractors LLC, the DBA overlease, and approve an accompanying reimbursement agreement with the Northern Arizona Healthcare Corporation. And then as a part of the motion, that it's subject to final review by county attorneys, incorporating board comments associated with this approval.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second. Supervisor
Seconded
Babbitt.
by, thank you, certainly. Motion made by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Babbitt. There are no further comments. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay.
I approve.
Supervisor Fowler, I know that was I heard an aye. It was delayed. So it passes unanimously with 5 votes.
Madam Chair,
Aye.
just one more comment. We'll
Mhm.
finally get bathrooms out at Fort Hill. That's good. Yes.
That is great. Yes, thank you very much. Wonderful, passes. Thank you for your work, Cynthia, Jeff. Really appreciate that. Lucinda, great work on this. Our next item is number 10. We will have 2 public hearings, actually 3 public hearings. The first one is a public hearing consideration and possible recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control. And I will have the Lindsay, clerk of the board, give the detail to that, the actual details to the application. Lindsay?
Good evening, Chair Archuleta and supervisors. We received a beer and wine store liquor license application from the state for Lake Powell Travel Plaza, which is located at 101 West Glen Street in Green Haven.
Lindsay, it's very hard to hear you because you're having some delays. I'm wondering if maybe you could just move your microphone a little bit, or maybe just move your position a tad. That might help.
Okay, let me try
There.
this.
Yes. Okay, don't. Now
Is that better?
Don't move. That's better.
Thank you. I'll speak a little louder too. Sorry about that. The application was posted at the site along with the hearing notice for 20 days. We didn't receive any comments regarding it. We also sent it out to our various departments, the sheriff's office, community development, health, as well as risk management, and they did not have any concerns with the application. The board does not issue the liquor license, but makes a recommendation to the state to approve, disapprove, or offer no recommendation regarding the application. And just so you know, the applicant, Ms. Vine, is present in our meeting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Let me ask if there are any questions right now for Lindsay, just in terms of the staff report, and then I will call on Ms. Vine in just a moment. So first of all, just any questions of Lindsay regarding the staff report? Okay, hearing none, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Vine to see if she has anything that she would like to add about her application. Ms. Vine? And you're on mute. We all do that. So just,
Hi again.
hello.
No, I really have no comments or really nothing else to add. It's a liquor license for a business. We just remodeled and changed our corporate structure. So it's basically for the same business, but we just had to get a new liquor license.
Thank you. Let me see if there are any questions for Ms. Vine from the Board of Supervisors. Any questions? Okay, none at this time. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open it up to the public to see if there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item, on this liquor license. Is there any member of the public who would wish to comment on this item, the liquor license application at the Lake Powell Travel Plaza? Please do so by raising your hand. You can do that using the Zoom meeting function. Please do that now. We'll give just a little bit of time here for anybody who would like to do that. Okay, I don't see anybody raising their hand. Mr. Peterson, do you see anybody raising their hand?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Well, then I will close the public hearing and I will bring it back to the board for a motion regarding the recommendation.
Madam Chair, I defer to Supervisor Fowler, whose district it falls within.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler, do you wish to make a motion?
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan and Madam Chair. I move, well, first of all, congratulations. This is a business that's just right near the Utah border. You know, we have a huge county, and this is just right before the Utah border, and everyone stops there on their way probably to Lone Rock, and then so it's a well-established business, so it's good to see you. And I move that we recommend this liquor license request from the Lake Powell Travel Plaza located at 101 West Glen Street in Greenhaven, Arizona, to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control. And the application number is not 895689656.
Okay.
Madam Chair, hearing that
Yes.
as a recommendation of approval to the State Liquor Board, I second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion, a second, that we recommend approval. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, it passes unanimously. So congratulations and thank you. That will be forwarded to the State Liquor Board. Okay, thank you very much. Lindsay, we're going to go to our next item. This also is a public hearing and consideration of a liquor license. And Lindsay again will present this item.
Thank you. This is also a Series 10 beer and wine store liquor license application. And this is from the state for the Parks and the Pines General Store located at 12963 East Old Route 66 in Parks, Arizona. The agent is Howard Reidenauer, and a hearing notice and copy of the application was posted at the site for 20 days. We have not received any comments regarding it. The application was sent to our departments, the Sheriff's Office, Community Development, Health and Risk Management review, and they do not have any concerns regarding it. And the board again can make a recommendation to the state to approve, disapprove, or offer no recommendation regarding the application. And Mr. Reidenauer is on the phone tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. We appreciate that. Let me ask if there are any questions from the board regarding your staff report. Are there questions, board members? Hearing none, then I will ask the applicant if he wishes to make any comments about his application. And that is Mr. Reidenauer. Would you like to make some comments, Mr. Reidenauer?
I have no comments. We appreciate the board's consideration.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any questions of the applicant? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing for this item. Any member of the public who wishes to speak to this liquor license application may do so now. Please use your computer to raise your hand. I see no hands raised. Mr. Peterson, do you see any hands raised as well?
There are no hands raised and no requests made, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to Eric Peterson for assisting me with the technology to make sure that we don't miss anybody raising their hands. Okay, therefore, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring this back to the board for their consideration.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just note before I make the motion that I've seen several owners over the years of this store. And I have to compliment Howard and Misty Reidenauer, who have come in fully embracing the community, but beyond that, even their level of responsibility, not only to the community, but to doing improvements, taking care of their establishment. So it is very easy for me to make a recommendation that to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control to approve the application number 108745 for a Series 10 liquor license to Howard Wayne Reidenauer for the Parks in the Pines General Store located at 12963 East Old Route 66, number 50340, Parks, Arizona.
Is there a second? Just need to unmute for a second.
Second, Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Babbitt.
Thank you. The motion was made by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Babbitt to send the recommendation of approval for this liquor license. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining us, Mr. Reidenauer. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay, for your report. We are now going to go to item number 12. This is a public hearing, consideration and possible adoption of an ordinance that would approve a zone change. And I'm going to turn it over to Community Development, Mr. Jay Crystalman, to give us the details on this project. Oh, it's Jess. Thank you. Sorry, Jess.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Thank you. I'm Jess McNeely with Community Development staff. And this is the Corson zone change, case number ZC 2001. I am going to share my screen so I can share a PowerPoint presentation. Can everyone see this screen okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the owners and applicants are Russell and Penny Corsten of Flagstaff, Arizona. I am seeing them on the participant list, so they should be available in case there are questions following this presentation and board discussion. The current zoning of this property is G general, 10-acre minimum parcel size, and the requested zoning is AR5, agricultural residential, 5-acre minimum parcel size, and the subject property is 10 acres in size. So again, this request is a zone change from G to AR5 to allow the parcel to be split into two. This is a vicinity map of the area of the zone change, and you can see the subject property identified there on the image. So we are looking at an area south of I-40 at the Coconino exit. This is in the southern portion of the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan, and this is in Supervisor Parks District. You can see in this image that to the north, the yellow there is AR 2.5 zoning, north of the subject property. And to the west of the subject property is AR 5 zoning. And then further surrounding to the east and south is National Forest. So you can see that the requested AR 5 zoning is pretty compatible with existing zoning in the area. Madam Chair, board members, are there any questions on this slide of staff? Okay, hearing none. This would be an aerial photograph of the subject property. You can see the rooftops there of house and associated accessory structures, mostly in the southwest corner of the property. And this would be the applicant's proposed site plan and how they would like to split the property diagonally, with the existing development falling into the southwest half, and there's a vacant portion, undeveloped portion to the northeast part of the property. So background on this case. As you can see from the earlier zoning map, the subject property is the only remaining one in this immediate area with general zoning. Surrounding properties are zoned AR 2.5 and AR 5, consistent with the requested zoning. And the requested zoning would allow for 2 5-acre parcels consistent in size with one to the west. This is an image of an existing house on the subject property. And this is an image of some undeveloped area to the northeast that would be divided off and split into a separate parcel. So one of the required findings for a zone change is consistency with the comprehensive plan and any adopted area plans. In this case, that would be the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan. When we look at the residential goals of that area plan, they are that the rural character of the area is preserved and that housing opportunities exist for individuals and families with a range of incomes. Residential policies include that the existing large lot zoning, AR 2.5 and AR 5, shall be retained except in rare instances. So this request is certainly consistent with the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan residential goals and policies. Public participation in this case, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting on March 3rd on the subject property. 6 people attended the meeting. The applicant indicates in the applicant's report that all were in support of the proposal. Staff has not received any comments on this application, and no one spoke at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this request. And prior to the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing and this hearing this evening, the required posting of the property and mailing notice to surrounding property owners all took place. So adequate notification has certainly taken place. So the ordinance required findings for a zone change are that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan in this ordinance. In this case, that would include the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan as an amendment to the comprehensive plan. The second one, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, or welfare, and that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. Planning and Zoning Commission were able to make those findings, and they unanimously recommended approval of this request. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions of staff.
Thank you, Jess. I appreciate that. Let me see if there's any questions from the Board of Supervisors. Board members, do you have questions of Jess regarding this zone change? Okay, Jess, I don't see any right now, but we definitely will come back to you in just a moment if we have questions. I understand the applicant is has also joined us. And so now would be the opportunity for the applicant to be able to provide us any information or that you would like to share, or if you had some comments to present, a presentation rather, please do so now. So Russell and Penny Cordson, have you joined us, and do you wish to speak?
Are we on?
Now we can hear you. Yes, thank you.
We don't have anything to say. I'd just like to thank Jess for his presentation and for the board for this opportunity and for your time.
Great, thank you. Well, let me ask if there are any questions for you from the board. Board members, do you have any questions for either Russell or Penny Cordson? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much. Seems very straightforward, this particular request. So let me bring it back to the board for their consideration and a motion. Is there any member of the board who would like to make a motion regarding the possible adoption of this ordinance approving a zone change from G General to AR5 on 10 acres in Donny Park?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, good.
Yes, Supervisor Parks, go right ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion. I'd like to approve the ordinance 2020-05, approving a zone change from G General 10 acre minimum parcel size to AR5 agricultural residential 5 acre minimum parcel size for parcel number 303-32-002A, a 10 acre parcel in Donny Park.
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion and can say that I can make the findings to support the recommendation. And then finally, I was won over by the picture of the dog with the house in the property.
Well, thank you. And you know what? I do have a question from our Deputy Clerk of the Board, which she reminded me that I do not believe I opened up the public participation, which I apologize for that.
I'll withdraw my second, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Supervisor Parks, would you please withdraw your motion so I can open it up for a public hearing?
Consider it withdrawn.
Thank you very much. And again, I apologize for that oversight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the opportunity for any member of the public who wishes to comment on this item to be able to do so. This zone change that the board is considering and that you heard a presentation on. Should you wish to provide a comment, please do so now. And you can do that by raising your hand on your screen. I don't see anyone. I'll do one last call out for public participation. I'm going to close the public participation and bring it back to the board for their consideration and a motion. Supervisor Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, again, I would like to say that I can make the findings, and I would like to approve, consider a motion to approve ordinance 2020-05, approving a zone change from G general 10-acre minimum parcel size to AR5 agricultural residential 5-acre minimum parcel size for parcel number 303-32-002A, a 10-acre parcel in Donny Park.
And I'll second that motion, and I can also make the findings, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion by Supervisor Parks, seconded by Supervisor Ryan, to adopt the ordinance as stated, approving the zone change. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Kortson, and thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is number 13. This is a proclamation that is going to be presented. This is consideration and possible action regarding approval of a proclamation designating June 24th, 2020 as Cultural Diversity Day. And our Director of Human Resources, Erica Philpott, will open this item. Erica?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Supervisors.
Good evening.
HR and the Diversity Committee are pleased to bring forward a proclamation for your review and consideration regarding Diversity Day this year. Each year, the county celebrates Diversity Day, and diversity, equity, and inclusion are highly regarded values of Coconino County. This year in particular, we pause to recognize the significance of celebrating and educating our employees on the value of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this year, the chair of the Diversity Committee, Carol Kidd, will read the proclamation for your consideration.
Thank you, Erica. Could everybody hear me clearly?
Just fine,
Yes.
Yes, we can hear her, Carol.
Good, thanks. Good evening, Honorable Chair and members of the board. It gives me great honor and humility to read this proclamation designating June 24th, 2020 as Cultural Diversity Day. Whereas Coconino County respects, celebrates, and includes all aspects of individual differences, not limiting to age, gender, disability, race, ethnicity, religion, national origin, language heritage, sexual orientation, gender identity, veteran status, learning style, socioeconomic status, worldview, culture, traditions, exceptionalities, and geographical area. And whereas Coconino County recognizes, commits, and focuses on all edification of human dignity to protect our diverse cultures, acting to reduce hatred and discrimination in our communities, improving social justice by defending the rights and privileges of every person, also showing compassion for the poor, the oppressed, the weak, the vulnerable, the marginalized, the disenfranchised, the disinherited. And whereas in 2017, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors acted to unequivocally condemn any racist propaganda, hate-motivated crimes, advocacy of racial supremacy, religious, sexual orientation, or cultural discrimination. Resolution 2017-50. And whereas Coconino County is stronger collectively, building resilience against the present pandemic, shifting our personal and community priorities in dealing with events that may overwhelm us, maintaining a healthy mental and physical balance while weathering the storm together, making thoughtful decisions to live, work, and thrive in our communities to achieve these priorities. And whereas Coconino County recognizes the extreme pain and anguish that racism, bias, intolerance, and xenophobia have created, especially in the light of the recent events that resurfaced these pains and resulted in protests, riots, and expression of anger across America. And whereas, as elected officials and as an organization, Coconino County collaborates to find new and creative ways in achieving goals more successfully, fulfilling our first responsibility to keep our citizens healthy in clean and safe communities, working together to systematically reassess approaches to conduct public service remotely, expanding our established capabilities of this new reality while eliminating barriers so every person can fully involved from a technological, legal, and cultural perspective. And whereas Coconino County has dedicated itself to an organizational renewal initiative within this organization, maintaining our dedication to diversity, equity, and inclusion within our strategies, building a strong, innovative culture supported by encompassing intellectual inclusion and holistic integration among our workforce and leaders. And whereas Coconino County collaborates with its Native American Advisory Council, Hispanic Advisory Council, African American Advisory Council, and a variety of community partners on cultural initiatives, promoting our collective values of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion through a variety of educational events and celebrations to continuously encourage awareness and understanding. And now, therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of celebration of diversity and honoring contributions from many diverse cultures of individuals in the past and present, we call for a renewed commitment of all people and organizations to the principles of equity, inclusion, and liberty for all, as we do hereby recognize June 24th, 2020 as Coconino County Cultural Diversity Day. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kidd, for introducing us to the proclamation, for reading it. Want to thank everyone who's worked on it. It's a beautiful proclamation with words that are very important for all of us to not only take in, but live by. And I want to offer the opportunity for any member of the diversity councils who would wish to comment on this item, on this proclamation. If you wish to make a comment, please let us know by raising your hand and we will recognize you.
Madam Chair, to that note, just briefly, the diversity councils have been made panelists for the next item. So if they just want to turn their camera on, that'll sort of signal to us they would like to speak to the proclamation.
Good, and it looks like, good. It looks like Commissioner Doctor would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to, on behalf of the Intertribal Advisory Council, thank Erica and Carol for the proclamation for your department to honor that day, and also every day for Diversity Day. So thank you so much for that and for including us and wishing the best for that day and every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and we also have Commissioner Eden from the CHOC.
Madam Chair, I would also like to express gratitude for this proclamation, and it really does speak the words that we should practice every day. And we thank you that at this time, with all the challenges that are going on, that you have taken so much time to develop this very unique proclamation. So I thank the HR department and all their staff.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to comment? Okay, then I will bring it on. It looks like Commissioner Smith or Chair Smith of the, for now, the African American Advisory Council. I know we're considering a name change for our next item, but thank you so much for joining us. And if you just, I think, unmute your computer. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment as well, and thanking you all for just a lovely proclamation for Diversity Day, and ensuring that all employees and everyone within the county are aware of where you all stand in celebrating diversity. And so our council definitely thanks you all for that. And again, those are words to not only take in, but also practice in our everyday lives.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, any comments or a motion to act on the proclamation, to approve the proclamation and to designate June 24th, 2020 as Cultural Diversity Day?
Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Fowler.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Fowler.
I'd like to thank Erica and staff for putting the Diversity Day together and organizing and really celebrating, giving an opportunity to celebrate diversity in our county organization of employees, and really coming up and writing this proclamation. It is really important that we recognize this on a daily basis. And I want to thank the diversity councils that we have. It is with their advice and their work out in the community that we make some policy changes. You can't just recognize and talk about diversity. You have to change the embedded and policies. Sometimes that's where some of the issues are, and you have to make those changes. And you also have to dedicate budget to change, to really truly create a cultural change. And I think that the county, we've been in that process for some time, and we're going to continue on that path. And I really think that the diversity councils and the Diversity Day, recognizing just the our values in our county with the just diverse people that we have, from our skin colors to just the rural counties, people that living out there in the towns. We just, there's all kinds of different kinds of diversity, and we always talk about inclusion, and that is ingrained, and we have to make it ingrained into all of our services in all reaches of our counties. So with that, I just want to thank everyone for bringing this proclamation forth and making sure that we are all just see each other as one, and that makes us a lot stronger. So with that, I'd like to just make a motion to approve the proclamation designating June 24th, 2020 as Cultural Diversity Day in Coconino County.
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion and would like to comment, please.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Babbitt.
Well, this is Supervisor Ryan, but
Oh, I'm so sorry, Supervisor Ryan.
You should be apologizing to me.
I won't get in the middle of that one. All I know is I was looking at your name and I said the name that I saw, so I apologize. Supervisor Ryan.
I'll tactfully bite my tongue on that one. But first and foremost, Carol, Kid, excellent job reading this. Thank you very much for doing it, and noting, as Supervisor Fowler did, our advisory councils, all the work that they're doing, and yet there's so much more that we can do. Now's the time that we stand strong as a board together, actually to condemn hate first and foremost, but reinforce our commitment to making change. We were on a path with diversity and inclusion objective within the county to actually bring attention to ourselves, confront our issues, and work on improving our policies. The unfortunate piece is that with COVID-19 coming on, we had to pause that objective. However, most important, that we don't, that we, as soon as we have time, as we get through these challenges with this pandemic, that we step forward and move that forward. But again, as noted multiple times, it's easy to say words, but it's really action. And so I am quite proud on how we do celebrate diversity, but we, again, as we did with other proclamations, that we stand against hate, that we work together. So I'm happy to support the proclamation, but even more so to continue to make the commitment together as a board on behalf of the county to continue to take a look at very important objectives that we need to pursue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you know, Arizona has always been a melting pot sort of a state, a territory. I'm a product of that melting pot, that cultural melting pot of Hispanic and Native American and various cultures from the European area as well. And I feel that in our cultural diversity here in Arizona, it's been very important for those of us who are whose families have been here a long time, that we can celebrate who we are and where we're going. And I feel that we've had some tough times. We've had some times when things weren't working out well, as far as our cultures, our different cultures, and our ability to accept each other went. And I find that as we are in kind of a rough spot right now, we will work through it, and we will make this into the best country in the world, and as it always has been. And this is an opportunity for us to celebrate not only cultural diversity, but racial and ethnic and religious diversity as well. And I think that's where we are. And I think that it's a great opportunity to continue on with where we're going as a nation, as well as where we're going as a state, where we're going as a county. I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate the things that are being said here tonight. And thank you for all of you and your work that you have done, Ms. Eaton, Ms. Kidd, Lena, Erica, and all of you. So thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Art.
Madam Chair? Okay. Well, thanks.
She was muted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think
I did recognize you. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks very much. So, yeah, just, the alignment, as was referenced in the proclamation of where we are today, is incredibly important, and it's really powerful. And I think we talked about the other day the opportunity to engage in some type of community conversations. And I would love, not at this moment, but to hear from the diversity councils about their vision on how we can have a conversation, an ongoing conversation in our communities of what Vice Chair Fowler referenced, like what are the specific actions we can take, whether those are policies, whether those are sharing data, whether those are bringing law enforcement into the room with us to have an understanding of what we all carry with us. And because, one of the things that just continually gets, brought to me is learning and being more aware of the implicit biases we all carry in this country, myself included. And until we can kind of listen and share and understand those, we are going to be, I'm afraid, kind of stuck in hoping for a better tomorrow. I want to hope for a better tomorrow. It's what this proclamation talks about, but that hope can only be realized when we kind of open ourselves up to the honest realities of the chair that we all sit in, some with privilege and some without privilege. And so I would just love the help of the commissions to hear thoughts on how to bring us to those conversations, because the work you do is really important. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thanks for all your work helping guide us through this turbulence, but also understanding that unless something changes, nothing changes. So really appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Babbitt. And before we do take the vote, I would like to make a couple of comments. And first of all, again, I mean, just the comprehensive nature of the proclamation, I really appreciate it. It incorporates a resolution that the Board of Supervisors passed a few years ago, plus our most recent proclamation about anti-hate. It also it's a proclamation that celebrates one day, but mirrors the values of this organization very clearly. That yes, there is one day to stop and to think and to dedicate ourselves to reflecting on diversity and to calling upon all the community and the county to do that. But in practice and in our organization at Coconino County, these conversations are ongoing in our professional lives. Here at the county, where we work on our citizens' behalf to ensure that all residents of Coconino County feel safe, valued, respected, and honored in our community. And when that does not happen, we are vocal about that in condemning when that does not happen. But more than that, in practice in our organization, as Supervisor Ryan had mentioned, we are walking our talk and ensuring that we have these very difficult conversations about our perspectives, our prejudices, our biases, and how they impact our work and how it impacts our ability to serve others, and how that impacts the institution of our county government. And so in that light, I know that the Deputy County Manager Andriani is working with the entire leadership team for an all-team meeting to discuss with our diversity consultant a conversation that we will have as a county organization about just that: diversity, implicit bias, just the perspectives that we bring, and not only discussing how we see that internally in our organization, but then externally in community. And then a discussion about how can we bring community into those conversations. I mean, this board's been very vocal over the past 2 weeks about the unrest in our community and in our state and in our country, and have been very vocal about the fact that it's unfortunate that our country has failed to provide, to ensure equity and equality and justice for all. And we need to recognize as a county government how we can make sure that we're making progress towards that and ensuring that for our residents. And so I'm very proud to be able to have this proclamation on our agenda today. I'm very proud to be able to share it with our county organization for all employees to take and to reflect on it and to act on it, and proud to share it with Coconino County and our residents within our geographic region. So with that, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, this proclamation passes unanimously. Carol or Erica, did you want to add anything else in terms of activities that you have planned for June?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. First, I wanted to thank the board for their leadership and support of these values and how we recognize these values and share these values with our colleagues and team members and community members. I'd like to thank the advisory councils. Our diversity celebrations that we have annually would not be possible without their partnership and support. I'd like to thank the County Manager's Office for their leadership and support as well. And I'd like to, if I may, Chair Archuleta, read the members of the Diversity Committee as well.
Yes, please.
The chair is Carol Kidd, and the members are as follows: Maggie Areno, Valerie Osband, Janice Bradley, Scott Carey, Arena Contreras, Dorothy Dugan, Myrna Goldstein, Tom Hanachek, Kaylin A. Martinez, Becca Meyer, Meg Miller, Kelly Nesis, Viviana Reyes, Megan Ridgely, Corey Ringenberg, Tim Schultz, Candace Smith, Shirley Watkins, and this year our diversity committee has expanded to also include members of our advisory councils. And I'd like to thank Brianna Smith, Michael Cruz, Miss Deb Harris, Danny Donaldson, and Amber Jones, who also participate on that committee with Lucinda Andriani and myself. So thank you to all of them for helping plan these activities. This year we'll have virtual activities, and we have some different events planned. All three of our diversity councils will be presenting topics as they have in years past, so we thank them for that. We'll also have a presentation on generations in the workplace. We will have a presentation by Dr. Ivy Banks and a presentation by Virginia Hadamoji on adverse childhood experiences. And our big meeting for all hands, we'll have an all hands meeting, which will be inviting all employees, as we will with others, but we've had a large majority of employees attend our all hands meeting. That'll be on Thursday, June 25th from 11:30 to 1, and that will be with Kelly McLeod Shingen, and she will be the moderator of an all hands meeting for all employees to discuss diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that'll be an all employee conversation. So very excited about that. There'll also be virtual games on the website. All of the presentations will be recorded, so we hope that everyone will be able to attend, and if not attend live, then watch later. And we also will be having a book club as part of our celebration. So excited for all of those activities to be celebrated the week of June 22nd through June 26th, with our Diversity Day officially being June 24th.
Thank you, Erica. That sounds like a wonderful list of activities, and certainly we encourage all employees to participate, and for the entire team to attend the all teams meeting. Really looking forward to that. Appreciate your work on that.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. We're now going to go on to item number 14. This is discussion and possible action items. We have 6 items before us, and the first one is presentations on the status, work plans, and activities of the County Diversity Councils, including questions and answers from the board. And we have Mr. Peterson, Director of Public Affairs, who will start out with presenting this item. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Eric Peterson, Public Affairs Director. Public Affairs serves as the staff support and coordinator for the diversity councils. Susie Gerritsen works in that role and has done a yeoman's work, but this next moment in time is for our diversity councils prior to action, potential action, excuse me, on the bylaws and that update on that project, for them to present to you on their work plans, what's going on in their world, what they're seeing, answer some of those big questions that Supervisor Babbitt asked. And so we have 3 presentations tonight. We'll begin with the Hispanic Advisory Council, followed by the African American Advisory Council, and then the Intertribal Advisory Council. We generally have said we have about an hour for these 3 presentations. So I've asked the councils to be prepared for about 20 minutes of presentation and conversation, which would include your questions and answers. Of course, the time is yours, board members, so please extend or ask questions as you need to get the kind of information you're looking for. So with that, Chair Ruth Eaton and Vice Chair John Harrow of the CHOC, I will share my screen here and bring your presentation up, but I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Ruth Eaton, Chair of CHOC. We thank you for the opportunity to briefly present about CHOC. John Harrow, our Vice Chair, will begin our presentation promptly, as we want to be courteous with the time. John?
Thank you, Ruth. Much appreciated. Thank you all. Chairwoman Archuleta, Vice Chair Fowler, Board of Supervisors, and staff. Thank you for the time to allow the Hispanic Advisory Council to present to you tonight. We have a few slides that we'd like to go through. Eric, if you'll mash the button on the next slide, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Just to talk real quick about our presence online, we've got WordPress and through Coconino, Amigos of Northern Arizona, and then our CHOC brochure. But I do have to say that Danny Donaldson had mentioned leveraging more of the technology to try and reach out to our community due to our current environment with social distance. Makes it difficult for us to participate in events such as face-to-face interactions or social events. So I have to commend her for that great idea. But on the right in the images, you'll see that at the beginning of the year, we had some really high aspirations to talk about what we strategically planned for the year. In our retreat, and identified a number of events that we had planned to attend and participate in, and strategically assigned assignments to each one of the council members. So pretty strategically aligned as to what we had planned for this year. And then of course, we all understood what took place and the environment we live in today. Next slide, please. As you take a look at this, we are a blend of some highly talented Hispanics that are committed to serve our community, those that reside not just in Coconino County. While we're focused here, we have many people that come from all over the state that are looking for information. They may be passing by, they may, I know I meet many people, and this is an opportunity for us to share who we are and the blend of talent that we have on our Hispanic Advisory Council. As you know, Chair Ruth, myself, J. Michael Cruz, the Director of Operations of NACA, Danny Donaldson, Associate Director of NAU, Patty Garcia with Coconino Community College as a board member, Frank Moraga with Amigo of Northern Arizona. We've got Miguel Vasquez and then Esteban Villarreal. So we've got a really good, highly talented, engaged team that challenge each other on how best we can mitigate situations, take a look at different issues that are going on. And so I enjoy the collaboration. Next slide, please. So in this slide, briefly, you'll take a look at some of the events that we had previously either participated in, sponsored, the Historical Pioneer Museum. We had the NAU Latinx clubs, the Arizona Hispanic Legislature Caucus. This is just a few that we network with to help build and understand what's going on in our community. Pretty excited. Next slide, please. So our promise as we look to build a positive connection to the Hispanic community and educate the Hispanic community about their voice. Many believe that they just don't have a voice. So we are that vehicle to help anchor their confidence and speak out, used as a portal or vehicle, if you will. We also work closely to look at different either proposals, policies that are existing, or even new ones to see if we can provide some feedback or any recommendations there. We also promote, of course, our cultural and historical events. We look towards community forums. We offer different resources and we help people that may need or be in need of a service. We can direct them. We recommend community forums. I just mentioned that. And then obviously building partnerships. If you look at how we're networked together, we've got a diverse group that are tied to many key folks in the community that can help build and strengthen our position within our Coconino County. Next slide, please. And this slide here was the calendar from our retreat that identified different events that we were to participate in or lead. And as we all know, come mid-March, we had a kink in our schedule that made us have to pivot and learn how best to navigate today's environment. Now, we're very hopeful that we can come up with some ideas that will allow us to practice social distancing and yet still connect with our community. That's our goal. We're still going to look at the calendar for the remainder of the year, see how best we can manage our time and move forward with success. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ruth.
Okay, next. Thank you, John. Also, with all the things John was speaking of, we do a quarterly report that is very detailed, and we turn that in at every tri-council meeting. So I'm sure the board is receiving those reports. Chalk is preserving the Hispanic traditions and promoting innovation to engage the pioneers and the future generations. Our annual Cesar Chavez Community Recognition Breakfast is a valuable event that helps to make these connections possible. Chalk is very fortunate and proud to be able to give recognition to amazing pioneers, community leaders, and future leaders in a comfortable space where government, city, and community leaders can meet these amazing Hispanic members of our community. In the past 6 years, we've lost some veteran pioneers, but it was Chalk's honor to have met them and recognize them for their service, as you can see in the photos. Also, our distinguished keynote speakers have taken with them a positive message of the Hispanic community involvement in Flagstaff. These keynote speakers share their Chalk experience with their networks. So hopefully, Cesar Chavez, eldest son, will reschedule to speak at our next breakfast. Next. Next. Eric.
Eric, can you move to the next slide? There you
No,
go.
I think he got it. He got it now.
Mhm.
Okay. Chalk supports and promotes higher education. Chalk contributes small funds to high schools who request assistance with their cultural graduation stalls for senior students. Chalk also markets some of the fundraisers for the students. We also invite all Coconino County high schools to nominate Hispanic senior students for the recognition of our outstanding student awards. Chalk also mentors college and university students in leadership skills, community outreach, and how to market their fundraisers. Some student Latinx clubs volunteer with Chalk, and sometimes they attend our Chalk meetings. Chalk is promoting intergenerational activities. Next. Chalk canceled the 6th annual Cesar Chavez Recognition Breakfast due to the COVID-19 and for the safety of our community. But in April, Chalk delivered the Community Leadership Award to Sergeant Charles Hernandez II, City of Flagstaff Police Department. In April, Chalk delivered the Community Leadership Award. I'm sorry. We learned he is doing amazing things with youth in the community. Chalk mailed out the Outstanding Student Award certificates to the award recipients. These students will use their certificate on their resumes as they apply for jobs while they're attending college. Chalk also wanted to recognize the enormous number of Vietnam veterans in Coconino County. And as you see in the photo, there's a glass award and it is very beautiful. The Vietnam Veterans Award will be received by the American Legion Post Commander. They are now setting up a date to receive the award on behalf of the Vietnam veterans. And we always recognize our Hispanic community, but sometimes we have veterans asking if we will recognize them even if they're not Hispanics, and we've done that also. Chalk has also received an award. We were awarded the Armed Forces Honor Division Award in 2019 for recognizing Hispanic veterans. Next. Chalk is very thankful to all the students and the community volunteers for their service. Student volunteers learn from their volunteer experiences. They learn how to organize community events, how to do community outreach, and they learn about their cultural traditions. Our other community volunteers also contribute their valuable time, and they market Chalk in the community, and that expands Chalk's network and resources. Next. CHOC, metas means goals. To build a positive connection to the Hispanic community and educate the Hispanic community about their voice in the county. And like John said, in January, we have a retreat where we do planning. We designate team leaders to lead some of the activities. We schedule time for invitations that are given to CHOC. We review our budget, we evaluate our work, and we make improvements if needed. Some of the tentative goals we have, and there's many, is to continue to build our partnerships, to improve our role as a community liaison, to research the social media advantages, to connect with the Sunnyside River radio station. We want to also continue to market CHOC through our primary supporter, Amigos NAS and Coconino County. We want to also continue researching funds to help the high school in Flagstaff furnish their culture room. We also need to go and meet with the new students with the NAU Latinx clubs, because every so many years, the groups graduate and we get new students. We want to continue to accept and attend any invitations from the Board of Supervisors and other county departments. And we already have in the plan for Mr. Ring to come and speak to us about current data and justice challenges. We want to research options for space to accommodate the growth of the annual Cesar Chavez breakfast. And we want CHOC to strive to be a positive voice in the Hispanic community of Coconino County. In midst of all these challenges, we can remain strong and practice the respect for each other and practice all these things that were presented in the proclamation. Next. How does CHOC measure their outcomes? Well, we have hundreds of photos documenting our community activities for the past years. We have been recognized also, like I said, with the Honor Division Award. But most important is that there's more awareness in the community about the CHOC Council. The students are aware that CHOC is here to assist them so they can further their education. CHOC is invited also to participate in many community events by other leaders and agencies in the community. Community members and agencies also make requests to present at our CHOC meetings. They want to connect to our community, and they view CHOC as a portal to the Hispanic community. But I think the best feeling is when community members and students want to give back to CHOC. They call us to join our activities. For example, Lori Payastoa's mother called, and she wanted to be part of the 4th of July parade with us last year. It is an honor for CHOC to hear that others want to walk with us, because they believe that every community, every representation of all the constituents in Coconino County should have a voice. And our connection, our role as liaison to the community has been a great thing for Coconino County and for the constituents. Thank you. And now we can proceed on to our question and answer.
Thank you, Chairwoman Eden, and thank you, Vice Chair Harrow. Really appreciate the presentation. Really, I mean, I just love the variety of efforts that you're engaged in. I'm super interested in the Flagstaff High School culture room. I mean, I love it when youth are really engaged and, want to learn more about their culture, have a place to be able to share their culture. That's fantastic. I mean, all the work that you're doing is just amazing and extensive. You are all busy people still finding time to really be engaged in chalk, and I really want to thank you for that. There's an old saying, busy people are the ones that get called on to do things because they're the ones that get things done. So that certainly is true for all of our diversity councils and for this group. And so would you mind just telling me a little bit more about that culture room at Flagstaff High School?
Yes, last year we found out that they were looking for a place to meet. And it's not just for the Hispanic students, actually, all the other students go there also. So last year, the school did designate a room for them. And Frank and I went to visit, and they have beautiful art. Some of it they did themselves, some of it was donated. And it's a really nice room, but they really need some nice contemporary comfortable chairs, because you have the regular table and chairs from regular school classrooms. But I thought it would just be real nice to make it comfortable for them. So we started that last year, but again, with all the challenges that came, everything was put on pause.
That's great. Well, I also just want to appreciate your engagement in our diversity work at the county, our diversity, equity, and inclusion work, and with dedicating your time to touch bases with our consultant, and especially now in terms of how we move forward and having really rich conversations as to our community and what are the needs within our community to be able to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so that's something that is something that we really want to engage with you on, in terms of how can we bring this broader conversation to community. And so I know you have goals and a scope of work that you've already, I'm sure, planned out. But at the same time, I know that the council is always willing to serve community needs. And so that's something that I would like to just put on your radar in terms of working with us and collaborating with us on that. Other members of the Board of Supervisors that would like to either ask a question or make a comment?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
Just quickly, I want to bring this up during roundtable also, but Ruth, I think you guys have had, well, actually, first and foremost, thank you for the presentation. And it was fun just watching the pictures and going through memories associated with it as well. And appreciate all the engagement. Over the years, it's been really good to see how your activities have grown and your outreach has grown, which has been wonderful. A question, though, is, and one that we all need to think about, is outreach on behalf of our census. I don't know if you know it, but the state's at roughly 60% return rate. Coconino County's at just over 30% return. And so, I'm going to bring it up at roundtable, suggesting that we kind of up our activities beyond just the census committee doing outreach, because we dearly need work in that area. And just was wondering if you had any plans, or if you could think about that. And just one other one, just to put out there, it's short notice, but with the Flagstaff parade being canceled, Williams is having their parade, and it might be an opportunity to engage in that as well. Thank you.
We did have Patty Hansen come and speak, and she did speak about census. we're waiting to see if, there were activities that the councils could work on with the census. So, we're open to any of the staff to come, and give us some direction and, where we can help with that.
Well, I appreciate it, and I'm going to bring it up, and we'll see where we go. But I think we all need to engage beyond the county. But any help that you could provide after we get through our discussions, I would like for us to engage and see how we can work together. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other members of the board? Wonderful. Well, thank you for your presentation. And I know that we also have some discussions regarding bylaws that you'll stay on for. And
Yes.
so thank you for that.
Well, thank you, and thank the board and all the other departments that always support Chalk. And we have an amazing team, and I believe we're going to do amazing things.
Well, you already have, and we just want to thank you for your volunteerism. It's a great service to the county as an organization and to the residents of Coconino County.
Thank
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, I'd just like to thank Chalk for the work. It's just amazing, all the activities that you're doing in the community, creating awareness, and also, bringing the community to the county and giving advice to the board, and really having passion in working with the community. So thank you so much, and really focusing on the young people too. So that's really, really good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Peterson, before we turn it back over to you for the next group, if we may, I would like to, this Board of Supervisors has been meeting since 4 o'clock today, nonstop, and then into this meeting. I would like to just call a brief 5-minute recess, just a quick water break and stretch break. If we could do that, and we will reconvene here at 8:05. Thank you. Well, good evening and thank you for that 5-minute recess. We are now back in session and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Peterson, who will introduce the next Diversity Council to give a presentation. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Happy to introduce the African American Advisory Council. Our Chair Brianna Smith and Vice Chair Kara House will be presenting. So Brianna, do you want me to share the slides or are you going to? Or Kara, either one. So
You can share the slides.
okay, I'll get them up here. So there we go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brianna Smith. I am the African American Advisory Council Chair. I am a therapist in the community, and I am also a disability provider as well. This is my first year as the chair. Last year I was the vice chair, so moving up. We are definitely excited to share with you all the changes that have happened within the last year. And what we've been able to accomplish with community support as well. So we will get started. I am going to do the year in review, and then my colleague Kara will talk to you all about our future plans. So 2019 year in review, you want to do the next slide. We had Juneteenth 2019, which was at the Murdoch Center. As has been hosted there the last few years. Last year we had over 300 community partners in attendance and community members in attendance. We had music, trivia, dancing, crafts, food trucks, also informational tables, and that's where the community partnerships come in for Juneteenth. We partnered with, again, those local agencies, providing education, entertainment, and engagement. And all of this was for free for our community members. Next slide. We had our annual council retreat. We have this every August where we get together and see what we want to do within the coming year. This last August, we were able to engage in planning and finalizing our new mission and our new vision statement. We adjusted our mission statement to now read as creating cultural and community connections by working to preserve, present, and maintain cultural history and advocating for educational, social, and economic equity, with the understanding that service is focused on cultures representing Blacks, African Americans, and all individuals within the African diaspora in Coconino County. We were also able to accomplish a school board meeting with FUSD. We engaged in dialogue with the school board regarding the needs and concerns of students of color, and that conversation is still ongoing. We were able to start asking those questions related to the schooling of our students of color. It was very productive with the superintendent. And like I said, we will be engaging in follow-up meetings. COVID definitely changed our plans moving forward. We are still going to be partnering not only with the school district, but also the other councils to ensure that the needs of our students of color are met within the Flagstaff Unified School District. We also came up with a new logo, and it still has our AAC initials on there. We are changing that, and Kara will talk about that in a moment, but this was what we changed our logo to before we changed our name. And this is what people will be seeing from now on. We also had a couple of our council members participate in the conversation with the Coconino County Jail members, and they did a jail tour, engaging visit through the walkthrough of the county jail, asking questions of the staff with the conditions, programming, health and safety, and also other information regarding percentages of the inmates that are there in relation to color. And so they were able to have that open dialogue, which I hear went very well. And I do know that we will be continuing to have those conversations moving forward. We also hosted a One Community, One Voice voter town hall. We partnered with the local church to offer voter engagement presentations. We partnered with the Coconino County voting department, and they brought out the new machine and showed the people that are members that showed up how to use it. We also talked about the census, and so we were able to get that information out there about voting and try and have more people within our community understand how easy it can be and to be informed with the upcoming elections. And we will continue to advocate for voting information rights and all of that as well. And then we're also wanting to host another town hall closer to November. If you can. We also participated in the diversity consultant engagement conversations with Kelly McLeod, Shijin, and we intend on attending any follow-up trainings and information as well. We are also looking forward to the outcomes of continued partnership related to the diversity consultant process. Holiday community event last Christmas we hosted in collaboration with the NAACP at the Murdoch Center, a cookie decorating event, included general community engagement, and we will revisit this again, and we hope to continue to again just have a lot of community support and partnerships to allow for these events to be the best that they can be. We also had the Coconino County Lunch and Learn. I presented Black History Month, why it is still important. It was a successful event with the staff members that did come to the Lunch and Learn. They seemed very appreciative to learn more about Black History Month, the history of it, and what it means moving forward. We did have a very engaging discussion about the African diaspora, which Kara will go more into explaining that as well. And then we continue to look for, again, partnerships with Coconino County, doing more lunch and learns, answering any questions that team members have, and presenting information that people are wanting to be more educated on. Myself and our other council member, Ms. Deb Harris, we participated in the Diversity Inclusion Director interviews that Coconino County held. We did interview 4 candidates and helped with the rating and recommendation process as well. We are looking forward to the results. We do know that it has been halted. We were updated due to COVID, and we are still looking forward to partnering in the process in the future, if those candidates are no longer valid, and what this will look like moving forward for the county. There we go. And then we also partnered this last year during Black History Month, the end closing reception with the Museum of Northern Arizona. We co-sponsored with the museum, the Southside Community Association. We greeted attendees, provided refreshments, answered questions, just met with the community and made our presence known. And they had a great resilience display, which included 4 Black African-American women from Flagstaff. And so it was important for our presence to be there and our collaboration. And the Museum of Northern Arizona is really looking forward to continued partnerships with us and the South Side. Next one. We did gain 2 new members this last year. Lisa Toonley, who unfortunately just moved back to Oklahoma, so we lost her. But she was great for the time that we did have her in helping move the council forward in the direction that we really wanted to go. And we did also add Dr. Tracy Moore to our council as well, and she is at NAU. Again, I mentioned I was voted the chair for 2020, and Kara was voted vice chair for this year as well. We also have pending members as well. Continue. And although we didn't get to have Juneteenth 2020 in person due to COVID, we were able to successfully plan and restructure it for a virtual format in consideration of that. And so we will be having quick ad videos coming out very soon and links coming out for the virtual format that we are going to have for Juneteenth, so that it can still be celebrated with our past Juneteenth celebrations, and then also can engage the community in conversations of what we want to do moving forward. So we reformatted that, and we are looking forward to still letting the community know that we're here and Juneteenth is important, and we hope that you all do enjoy what we will be putting out on Juneteenth, the 20th of June, we'll be posting that. And Kara?
Thanks, Brianna. I'm really excited to be able to share with you all some of our plans going forward and some of the goals of the commission as we move forward in 2020 and into 2021. Right now, we do, as Brianna mentioned, have a couple new members pending, including Dr. Adrian Gupton, who works with the NAU Nursing Department. We also just received a couple more new applications, so we're excited to consider those and possibly expand our group. We also have engaged in the renaming and rebranding of the council to the African Diaspora Advisory Council. Part of the discussion that we wanted to have was making sure that the Board of Supervisors and any other in attendance had an understanding of what the African diaspora is. In general, it's a term that refers to anyone of African descent or origins who is living outside of the African continent, whether through intentional migration or other means. So that obviously includes African Americans living in the United States, but is also much broader in including those from the Caribbean, those from elsewhere in the world who may be living here, but have those same origins. With the renaming and rebranding, we do have plans to revise the logo again. And we also have hopes of providing more marketing materials for events so that we get a little bit more name recognition and are better able to connect with different local organizations and groups. For Black History Month next year, we are planning on featuring a revitalized essay contest. This is currently in development, and we have honed in on a theme of the Black family, which is certainly a very important theme considering some of the recent social issues that the country has been facing. We have plans of focusing that discussion and having some definitions and different categories for different age groups that we'll be working with for this competition. And we really look forward to kind of revitalizing and having this as another annual event for the council to move forward with. For Juneteenth 2021, we are already in early consideration of programming with an anticipation to return to an in-person format next year. And with that, we are happy to take any questions that you all might have for us.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Smith and Vice Chair House. Really appreciate the thorough presentation and the work that you're doing, and really appreciate you reaching out and just sharing the work with the community and recruiting other members for our consideration for appointment to the council. That's wonderful. I am super excited about the essay contest. In previous years, when the African American Advisory Council has had the essay contests, it's been really great to see young people, whether it be elementary school age children or middle school or high school youth, write about, I remember one in particular, the contributions of African Americans to the US, and they talked about whether it be inventors, just many of the contributions. And it was just wonderful to be able to, to read third graders and, and their essays and, what they learned in their class with history, and then they wrote about it. And then from, high schoolers and, and their research and their perspectives, it was just really wonderful community event. And so I really super excited about you bringing that back again. Of course, Juneteenth is something that the community looks forward to every single year, and that's been something that the council has been involved with for a number of years. I really love the interaction with the Flagstaff Unified School District. I think that's really great to be able to, just see how can a partnership be created from between the council and the community and the school district. And I mean, our population of African Americans in our community continues to increase. At the same time, we know that our students, African American students, are continue to be still a small percentage within our schools. And so how can we support our youth from K through 12 and make sure that then the next step in the pipeline is post-secondary education, or how can we ensure that, and what assistance do students need, what type of support, community or educational support. And so I think it's great. I mean, there's so much to be done, and I like the focus and the direction that you're going. I mean, still maintaining the cultural component, because it's really important to share and have those historical events that you've been a part of, and then moving forward, wanting to have this increased community involvement and focus and education is great. So thank you for that. Let me see if there's other questions or comments from the board members.
Madam Chair, if I
Supervisor
may,
Ryan?
real quick.
Sure,
Yeah,
go ahead.
actually, so first and foremost, Brianna and Kara, thank you for hanging in there. It's a long, tedious process going in our meetings. I would like to say they are the top of entertainment, but they may not be in terms of captivating interest. But in the meantime, it's obvious that you've done a lot more than what you have put together in the report here, and the work that you're doing is really appreciated. I think you probably heard my question earlier on the census piece, and you noted, Brianna, in your piece that you had a presentation, and just asking if there's an opportunity, I know we need to organize at our level and see how we can bring in our partners, the school district, our other entities. But beyond that, we really need help on reaching out during the census. And if there's an opportunity, it'd surely be appreciated if we could work together with you on that.
Yes. Let us know what we can do.
Yeah, I'll be, obviously I think we're all, we have an interest there. And so we'll work together with staff and see what we can do. Okay, thank you. And again, listening to what you have done, similar to chalk presentation, as Liz noted, the essay contest, remembering when it was very active, bringing it back, bringing a lot of memories in, but also you can see there's a lot of growth in commitment, growth in your board, which is really good. So really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other members of the board?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Babbitt.
Yeah, great. Really, thanks for your work. And I didn't specifically kind of mentioned it at the proclamation side, and I didn't specifically ask Ruth, but it's really kind of a blanket question to Diversity Council members, and it's asking that question: how can we support conversations in our communities that engender not a recognition of what happened, the historical realities of cultural and racial violence, but talk about what is going to be the key to engaging the totality of our community in having a different way forward. And I was in the car and I was listening to so much on George Floyd today, and the conversations that are coming out of that brutality, and trying to find the path to harness this in a way where we all take our share of the ownership of that. And so, I'm not asking you to say now, but it's just something I'm just really interested in, how we build that box for a conversation that's productive, meaningful, and honest, And so I like I said, I don't have a specific question, but I would just really like your contemplation and on that to help inform those of us who have some abilities to put some of those conversations together. We all do, but I mean, the board has maybe a little bit different capacity to maybe bring some folks together. So I'll just leave it at that, and get back with me now or other times, but I would sure be interested in your insights and perspectives on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna, if you don't mind, I'll just share quickly that we are very interested in pursuing that conversation. And actually, for our meeting tomorrow, we have a couple of folks who will be joining us to start that conversation with our council in particular, just to inquire from the county and other organizations how we can engage in those conversations moving forward, and how we can help to guide the conversations that are going to come in the coming months, how we can act within Coconino County and Flagstaff to ensure that policy changes or other things are considered and taken into consideration, and really just how to move forward and how to not allow ourselves to forget the history that has led to this moment, and how to channel that in a positive way into some of the changes that we hope to see in the future.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And I know that on our next agenda item, we have the bylaws, and it includes the name change as well. And so we look forward to discussing that. And in let's see, I wanted to see Supervisor Fowler, were you wanting to make a comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you for educating me on your name change and what it means. I know that as Native Americans, we have different names, and people sometimes don't know whether to say American Indians, Native Americans, Indigenous people. You know, it's just all, I think just that name and talk about inclusion, that is inclusion. So I really, really appreciate that. I think that the conversation around the unjust is a really important conversation. I guess for all diversity council, you know, we have a history in America that the laws were not made really for us. And that's where we're trying to do a catch-up game with looking at our policies and seeing where it can be changed outside of the Constitution, and just how American government was established and how the laws were put in place, and that's what we're up against right now. So, but with that, I want to just thank you for your thoughtful work that you're doing, and just getting really working with the county, and that's a great dedication. So I just want to thank you, and just a lot of volunteer work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Fowler. Thank you again. And we will look forward to moving to the next item in just a little bit here to discuss the bylaws. Appreciate your volunteerism and your commitment to the council and to our community. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We will move to our third council, the Intertribal Advisory Council. Our chairwoman, Sharon Doctor, will do the presentation. So we appreciate that. And then we'll go to the bylaw item next after that.
Great. Thank you, Chair Doctor. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll share my screen. All right. Can everyone see the presentation?
We can see it.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, great. So thank you so much for allowing us this time to share our information from our Intertribal Advisory Council. And before I go further, I wanted to just introduce myself. Yat Sharon Singer Doctor and Chia Twitter Nisha do Tapahambashin Ki Ani Dashiche do Lislana Dashanella Akutago Dana Nishla. And so my name is Sharon Singer Doctor, and I am the chair for the Intertribal Advisory Council. I'm a member of the Navajo Nation, originally from Kaibito, Arizona. And my clans are Bitterwater, Born for Edgewater. My grandfather's clans are Tiring House people and Mini Goat people. And that's who I am as a Dene or Navajo woman. So our council, we've been pretty busy this year. Seems like these months fly by so fast. But our mission has always been to serve as a liaison to our Native American or Indigenous constituents within the county. And we like to collaborate with our elected leaders such as yourselves, Madam Chair, and Board of Supervisors members. And so, and as well as community leaders. And so that's one of our primary roles as a council. And I wanted to just share a little bit about who our current members are. Besides myself, we have Diana Kudiai, who serves as the vice chair, and she's a retired dental hygienist professional. We have Rose Tohi, who currently now is with the city of Flagstaff and prior was with the county. We have Mr. Mike Luna, who's currently works at Coconino Community College. We have Steve Smith, who is working with NAU. Telerita Tooney Rogers, who also is here in Flagstaff with Native Americans for Community Action. Our next member is Sarah Hunter. She's also works for Northern Arizona University. And our newest member, Juliet Roddy, also working with Northern Arizona University. So very heavy on the NAU side, but very unique and talented people that are on our membership with our council. So the history and purpose of our council, we've been around for close to 19 years, same as the other diversity councils. These are some of the things that we have been tasked with, but really a good challenge and a really good opportunity. So a lot of it is just, you know, as Board of Supervisors to give you recommendations. And I know that we've done that through the years to help assist with some of the policy development. And I think this is where we would be very interested in Supervisor Ryan's interest in how, and also in Supervisor Babbitt's interest, how could we help to provide some sort of guidance and leadership to help with some of the policies within the county. We really like to promote cultural and historical events. Most of the times we've been able to host community forums to educate our community about Indigenous issues, recommend qualified appointees to commissions, boards, and committees. I know that some of our members, past and present, have always had an interest in maybe other departments within the county to lend our worldview. And then lastly, to identify and request funding for projects. So thankfully, you as board members were able to increase our budget, which we really appreciate, to help us to provide unique opportunities and events to the community. So last summer, and usually every year, we do have some sort of a retreat where we establish our strategic plan. Last year, this meeting took place at the Fort Tuthill in one of the county's conference rooms there, and it was facilitated by Brooke Holiday. And these were the four goals we wanted to do this year, which was really to advocate for effective policies, programs, and services, to recruit new members to our council, to increase the number of meetings we have with you as Board of Supervisors and community partners. Most of them tended to be within the county, and then to host events and activities that celebrate and educate on Indigenous culture and peoples. So this is, I guess, our year in review in the chart. I'm really into visuals. And so you'll see July through June. This is July 2019 to this month. And so the first column here is all of our different ITAC meetings or retreats, which organizations presented to our group, and then the tri-diversity meetings as well. And the next column is which organizations presented at tri-diversity meetings. And then also another column for our ITAC events, which included maybe sponsorships as well. And then events that our members attended to hear a lot from our community members. And so I think some of these areas that we wanted to highlight was last June into July, and we really partnered with the Fort Tuthill Museum. They brought the Smithsonian exhibit, the Patriot Nations, to Flagstaff, and to honor all of our Native American veterans in the different wars. And then we were also able to listen in with Kelly McLeod-Stingen with the Diversity Inclusion Initiative. We were able to be a sponsor to the Sacred Mountain Run that NACA hosts every summer. And we really wanted to be more connected with the Indigenous Circle of Flagstaff nonprofit group. And so those have been, you'll see them throughout this chart here. We also had a meeting with Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Parks last September about Indigenous Peoples Day, and there was a chance that the county could have something similar. But I think it really was a good meeting to share information. And then we also met with Sheriff Driscoll as well, and really wanted to go on a jail tour, which the dates kept popping up and it just couldn't work out. So our goal this year would be to try to establish that collaboration with Sheriff Driscoll. And let's see here. we were featured in the county's newsletter just to get the word out there that our group exists and hopefully to gain more members and attendees to our meetings. We were able to have a forum in November during Native American Heritage Month, and our title of our forum was The Indigenous Identity. We had Dr. Chris Jocks from the Applied Indigenous Studies from NAU as a panel member, Daryl Morris with Flagstaff High School, and myself that we served as a panel. And so that was held last November. Let's see here. We also, you can see all the different meetings or maybe events that some of our members attended. I know we were very excited to have Rose be selected for our Citizen of the Year last year. So that was a great honor for her and all the work that she does. Since the COVID pandemic, we've been, of course, been doing Teams meetings now, but we were able to provide funding support to some of our Native Navajo and Hopi veterans living within Navajo and Hopi lands through John Davidson and through Supervisor Parks' assistance. So we were able to provide some monetary funds for the donations needed, whether they were food or cleaning supplies. And so, and then I think one of the biggest accomplishment was really being able to have Eric Peterson work with all of our councils regarding our bylaws and making us much more organized. And so I really enjoy all our meetings as well as our members. We really appreciate your support. And if you've attended some of our events, thank you so much for being visible. And so this is just a snapshot for our year in review. These are some photos. I didn't include, we have many more photos, but I didn't really want to make our presentation too long. But there's some members here pictured at the top left here. And so we had planned to do another forum this spring, but we were not able to do that due to the pandemic. But that's not to say maybe we will do some virtual events this coming year. Of course, this is just a quick snapshot of our budget. And so we would like to keep sponsoring if we can and have more events to host and to hear from community members. And future plans, we are also doing a name change. And so we would like to have our new name to be Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council, from ITAC to IPAC. We want to do reevaluating our goals and have what we want to accomplish this coming year, really assessing what are the needs of our tribes within the county, collaborating with community and county organizations, and really, contributing to Indigenous-led community events. And at this time, of course, they would be most likely virtual events for the moment. And then in closing, we really wanted to have this statement in light of what's going on in our country. And so ITAC reinforces support for the Board of Supervisors April 2020 proclamation condemning recent hate speech and incitement of violence against Navajo people. As stated within the proclamation, the county embraces diversity and tolerance by standing up to discrimination in any form. ITAC acknowledges and validates the experiences of our communities of color. Systemic racism and structural oppression has no place in our city, county, state, and country. We stand in unity and solidarity with our Black relatives and Black Lives Matter, as well as all those who have experienced less than appropriate respect and dignity. And so this is very meaningful to us and very important because we know that our history is layered with this, and how do we move towards overcoming a lot of these things that are very institutionalized. So for those who are interested, we do have our meetings the fourth Wednesdays of each month. You can join us with the Teams invitation or phone in. That's the email address if you have any questions. phone number, and we really couldn't do a lot of this stuff without Susie Garrison and Eric Peterson's support. So they help us to stay organized as well. So thank you to the Board of Supervisors for your continued support and advocacy of ITAC, soon to be IPAC, and the Indigenous peoples of Coconino County.
Well, thank you very much, Chairwoman Doctor. We appreciate the presentation, and it's really appreciate the statement of solidarity and unity with the other cultures represented in within Coconino County, and that's a very strong and very welcome statement. I mean, it's really important that we speak out and appreciate you and the members of the soon-to-be IPAC for doing that. I think it's a great idea to as soon as is feasible to schedule that time at the jail and to take a tour of the jail and see the programming within the jail and how we meet the needs of our various populations that are within the jail, and get information that you can then take a look at data and information and make recommendations. I know that Sheriff Driscoll is very, very open to that, and he would welcome that, and so we definitely think that would be a great idea to do that. And I know that all of you are very involved, all the members of ITAC, and attend different meetings and kind of divide out and go to different community functions. And I think that's a great way to keep a pulse on the community. I mean, of course, our within Coconino County, we have so many different tribes represented, and it's such a large county. I know it's difficult for you to get everywhere, but I know that you try, and so we really appreciate not only just being, staying in Flagstaff and being Flagstaff focused, but being able to go into the other parts of the county and touch bases. I think that's very important. And so I want to open it. I want to thank you for your work and thank the council members. And I want to open it up to other members of the board who would wish to make any comments or have any questions.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Seems like we have a sequence that we're all working through, but thank you, Sharon, for your presentation. And yeah, I can see it's just touching pieces of what you do. You do so much more. It's just a quick one, which is of a lesser level of priority, but are you moving the event to Fort Todd Hill for the Sacred Mountain Run, or is it just with the COVID piece associated with that?
Last summer, we helped to sponsor the Sacred Run. So usually Dorothy Gishi with NACA will outreach to us again. And so I'm not sure what their plans are for this summer, if they're doing one. I don't know if any of my council members are on the meeting still here. Let's see.
Well, that's okay. I can find out more. I know because of your involvement in it, usually you're up to speed on what's happening with that.
Yes, I haven't heard yet, but definitely can find out.
Yeah, and that's as I said, of a lesser a topic associated with what we're going through. I like the name change, although now we have to build in our brains from ITAC to IPAC, and so that'll be really good. I'm extremely interested, in particular with the input from your committee as we go through the exploration of our diversity and inclusion numbers that we look at within the county itself is trying to see what opportunities are available. And I think we find that we're weak in growth, in supervisory opportunities, and seeking your input as we work through the process on we're all trying to figure out how do we improve what we're doing to provide that opportunity. So one, to continue that conversation. So very important to us. Do appreciate everything that everybody's been doing, and similar question associated with the census. I can't leave that out because if anything, with our various advisory councils and different cultural or ethnic groups, if anything, there's a tendency in our country and now in our county to potentially undercount. And so if there's any way at all that you can join us as we get organized in that way, I think it'd be very important to all of us if you could.
Yes, I think, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Yes, Rose just mentioned that per Dorothy, the Sacred Mountain Run should be held sometime in September. That was in the, looks like September 26th, possibly. So.
Okay, and I'll be counting on trying to grab Rose's foot as she's trying to get ahead there. But yeah. No, actually, thank you very much.
Yes, and I listened to President Nez and Vice President Miser's town hall today, just a piece of it. I didn't catch the whole Facebook Live, but they did have one of their, I believe his name is Arben Mitchell, that's working there out at the Windrock Census Office, gave a really good picture about what outreach they were planning to do on the Navajo Nation. So I'm sure Supervisor Fowler might have more information about that, but it sounded like they are still recruiting for more individuals to apply to help out with placing questionnaires and plastic bags at residences across the Navajo Nation. And so they're hoping to have close to 1,500 people working and going out to submit those, hand carry those items to place on door handles at homes. I know that when I did the census, it's, I did it online. And so sometimes internet and Wi-Fi needs on our tribal communities. Some areas are great, I think, and then some areas are very limited to none. So it was nice to know that individuals could call in a phone number as long as they have their census ID number to complete the census. So this is one of the things that our group has been interested in. So very interested in seeing how we could help assist with this outreach. And so that our Indigenous peoples can be counted in the census.
All right. Oh, thank you, Sharon. I appreciate it. And everybody from the council. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other board members who wish to comment or ask a question? Okay, well, thank you so much. Oh, sorry, Vice Chair Fowler.
I just want to thank again your work and all of the council members and just the work that they're doing on behalf of the Native Americans and tribes that are in our county, and basically just making the difference in the city of Flagstaff. And I think that really just getting the information and having people aware, more awareness about all the various cultures. I mean, this is all of the diversity council to the communities. I think that's really important. and then just getting involved in various issues. So I think it's interesting that you're changing your name to the Indigenous Diversity Council, or what is it? The Indigenous
Peoples, Indigenous Peoples.
Yeah. So that is a, so anyway, I want to just thank you for your work and all of the activities that you sponsor. So, we're continue to work on census and all these other issues that are coming up on Navajo and in the county, so we can all work together on that. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. Thank you so much, Chair Doctor, and I know you're going to stay on the line for the next presentation. Oh, I think Supervisor Parks wanted to say something. Go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Sharon, I want to thank you for all that you do. And yeah, I know that all that you do and all that the other members of the diversity councils do is a great and wonderful thing that happens to people when they pull together. Diversity separates us into different groups, but inclusion brings us together. Education and reaching out to different diverse groups and extending a hand of friendship to others begins to heal. The awareness of each other can make us into a family, an American family, and that's what we're all working on. Again, and God bless you and all that you stand for and all that you do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much again for all of your work. And Eric, we're going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thanks to our councils for their presentations. Madam Chair, I don't know if you want to introduce, just read the title of the next item before we move
Yes,
into
I will.
bylaws. Okay.
Yes, thank you. So this is this next item is discussion and possible action to approve Resolution 2020-34, repealing former and current bylaws of the African American Advisory Council, the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council, and the Intertribal Advisory Council, and replacing the former with a consolidated and unified bylaws for all the councils, and authorizing membership term adjustments to conform all appointed members to terms called for in the consolidated and unified bylaws.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and board members. Susie Gerritsen, if you want to hop on, we will get right into our presentation. We know the hour is late, but I just want to commend our diversity councils for what has been a great time and process, and really enjoyed working with them on this project, along with Susie Gerritsen, to really go through the bylaws of the councils since public affairs has become staff support and help for the councils. So as we go through this, Madam Chair, we will keep the presentation short so that we can answer your questions about what is in the bylaws and respecting the hour that we're in. So Susie, I'm going to jump ahead and let you start with the goals of what we have proposed here.
Okay, Madam Chair and members of the board, I just want to thank you for allowing the councils to present their presentations last hour. I can tell they worked really hard on that. So anyway, and also thank you for allowing me to do my job because I love it. I also want to thank Eric and all the council members for their participation in the bylaws consolidation. It was really a painless process, something I wasn't looking forward to, but it turned out to be a good thing. So on the goals, they had 4 goals. The first one is to combine the 3 bylaws documents into one, and then to set consistent standards for all 3 councils as best as possible, and then to align appointment functions and timelines, and then to standardize the elections of officers.
And Madam Chair, as we take those goals and move forward, the most notable changes that you're going to see in these bylaws, and we certainly have other documents that we can reference as you have questions. We've talked about the first two big changes. That is AC, the African American Advisory Council has proposed to become the African Diaspora Advisory Council. ITAC has proposed to become the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Council. Additionally, then really from a governance standpoint, we have some term changes that these bylaws propose that we have worked through very hard with the councils in conversation. Two of the councils currently, ITAC and AC, have 6-year terms as members. CHOC has 4-year terms. We do propose to make all three councils, and this is the recommendation that's before you, 6-year terms, with those terms all ending on December 31st of the 6th year. So again, standardizing the timeline for those terms. To do so, and I will be happy to answer questions, we did reach a compromise agreement to the Tri-Diversity meeting a week ago about staggering the number of people that would expire in a year so that we don't have half a council all leaving in the same year. And that is why the resolution specifically for CHOC has two changes that would change off the 6-year slightly to get us in the right stack. And the first go around, Frank Moraga, his term would actually be a 5-year term. And then Ruth Eaton was a 7-year term. And as I explained to Frank and Ruth, that was just picked out of the way that the time of the year they were appointed originally. So it wasn't picking on Frank or Ruth. It just happened to be the ones I grabbed in making that proposal. And then the last notable change, and certainly when we'll go through any questions you have, but currently there are many different terms in terms of the length of an officer's role as chair or vice chair on the council. The proposed bylaws set those terms now down to 2 years, and then would have elections in January of the odd numbered year. So the terms, as you will see, would end in, certain years, and then at the end of the even numbered year, and then in January of the odd numbered year, the new term would take over for those officers. So we'd have elections, sort of an organizing meeting in January, halfway through the fiscal year. Also allows the new officers to get up to speed as we work through budget and other issues approaching the fiscal year. So those are the notable changes. There are other minor changes, but again, we have walked through, as Susie's going to talk about our process next, we have walked through these changes with the councils, and this is not just public affairs bringing a recommendation. This is a product that we have all been through line by line. Susie?
For the process, they started with at one of their Tri-Diversity Council meetings where all three councils are there. Eric introduced the concept, and then there was in between that and June 3rd, they each had 2 more meetings where Eric was there helping to lead the discussion on areas where they could make a change. We went through each item in the bylaws, item by item. And anyway, and then the final meeting was June 3rd, where they came to an agreement to what you see before you. And then there is today, final step in the process. And that's it.
Eric, you're on mute.
Yep, there we go. Sorry.
There you go. Okay.
When you're presenting the slideshow, it sometimes disappears on you. Should the board decide to move forward tonight with this recommendation, this is just a sense of an implementation plan for you. Obviously, we will have to do some web updates to understand the name changes, some logo redesigns, which we are preparing to do to help get 2 new names and those brands out. We also want and have talked with the council members about upping the recruitment and onboarding materials that we help provide for them and through with them, so that we can have a common sense of expectations for members regardless of which council they're on, but also that can be personalized for each of the councils, some onboarding materials as well as new members come on. We do want to have a conversation with you as the Board of Supervisors as well. And one of the comments I did hear from a supervisor, was should diversity councils be like other commissions and councils where we have seats per district and such to sort of represent across the whole county? That is not part of what the diversity councils have had, and that's not part of the proposal. But I think there's really a process conversation with you as board members, as you ultimately retain the right to appoint members as you choose. How do we go about recruiting members and then bringing members to you, especially if we get to, as the councils now are filling up, which is a great problem to have, right? So, if we reach a maximum number of members, how do we go about that next process? What's the waiting? Is there a waiting list? Those kinds of questions. That'd be a great problem to have. We're not there yet, but we certainly could be with the kind of emphasis that this county is putting on diversity. And then I would propose, Madam Chair, that should we implement these bylaws, that we come back next June for just a check-in. How is this process working? The things that we put in there, bylaws are meant to be guideposts, but they can be changed and if it's not working. And so just a check-in later in June. So that is what an implementation plan would look like. I want to thank Susie because she's been a great help in this. And as we move forward, Madam Chair, I'm going to stop, and we have lots of other documents we can go for, but I want to answer your questions because I'm sure there are some questions about what's in there and why this, why that. So happy to answer those, and along with members of the council as well.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. I'll go ahead and start out with some questions. And so just in reviewing the bylaws, there were just a couple of observations that I made that are framing these questions. And first is the 6-year terms. So, I mean, we have incredibly dedicated members that are sitting on the councils right now. And some members have literally sat on the council since the inception of the councils, which has been great to me. There are some members that are actually founding members, the first members that were actually seated on the council. So they're incredibly dedicated. I am just wanted to ask the councils, or maybe if you all have this, if you have a summary of the discussion maybe about the 6-year terms, and does anybody feel like that would deter somebody from applying, because it is a long commitment. It is a 6-year commitment, and has that happened? Has there been any feedback about the 6-year term?
I will open it up, Madam Chair, to council members if they.
Okay, you know what? Let me ask the second question too, since we're going to open it up. That's great. Then the second question would be in terms of the capping the councils to the 11 members. There may be a large portion of time where we would have there might be somebody waiting to get on, and we may not have somebody that gets off for a couple of years or for a few years, just depending on what the rotation is. So then what do we do with that person's interest who really, wants to be on the council? And so I know that there's a certain number where it gets unruly and maybe, not as much can be done. But if it has to do with a quorum, then my question would be, can a quorum be set at something lower than 51%? I mean, is there anything that inhibits the quorum to be, 40%? Or, is that just, so I'd like to see if that was considered.
Yep. And so let me, Madam Chair, the council members certainly can speak to their experiences on 6-year terms, 4-year terms, and to the maximum number of members for the boards of supervisors. Two of the councils currently have 15. That was one of the first things that actually I proposed 15, and the councils walked it back to 11. But I'll let them speak to their thoughts. As to quorum, I would turn to Rose. I know of nothing that may not be The only thing I would not know is if there's a statute that requires councils locally created by the Board of Supervisors quorum to be more than the 51%. We certainly could set a minority quorum, but again, minority quorum is not always viewed as the best way forward in some regards, but I don't know if Rose has any insight on the legal standard that is necessary there for these local boards and commissions.
Okay, well, let me get that answered first. So, Rose, what is your take on that?
Thank you, Chair Archuleta. There is a statute. It's in it's ARS 1-216. So it's the sort of original general provisions of the revised statutes, specifically stating as to it's under boards and commissions, and states that a majority of a board or commission shall constitute a quorum. So certainly my initial response without further research would be that it would appear that I think we would need to maintain that a quorum definition consistent with that. I could certainly look further into it to see if there are any exceptions, but that that was the first place where I went to, and it does require a majority as in order to be a quorum.
So the simple majority.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then just any of the councils, I mean, any who could answer the questions about the number of people and the terms. Vice Chair Harrow. Oh, and you're just take yourself off mute. There you go.
The technology.
Right.
Thank you, Chairwoman Archuleta. We did have a meaningful discussion in regards to the 6-year term, and we went back and forth. The interesting and how we left it was Eric was kind enough to share with us that this is, while bylaws are being written today, we could amend them if we run into issues. We did talk about the perception that if we did introduce or bring new members on, that 6 years, that commitment could, maybe deter them from committing. But I think if we allow them to come participate, learn about what we have to offer, network with our team, and become active, they can then learn to say, yes, I want to be committed to this. But in no time are they going to be held to that 6 years. If we understand life happens, I mean, we think about the lives that we, or the environment we currently are in today. Many people are out of work and they can't do the commitments that they had once honored. We understand that, and we're willing to help and mentor and bring on as many members as we possibly can. As far as the 11 member number, we didn't give it, we talked about the 15 number, but we felt that the 11 number was more manageable. While we've got a great group of talented, committed individuals right now in the Hispanic Advisory Council, we feel like 11 is probably manageable if we were to get that far. If we were to get to 11 and we had more interested parties, I think we probably would need to revisit that and say, maybe we do need to up this to 15, and maybe at that time we could amend the bylaws to indicate that, just to accommodate for growth, if that would be something that you would be willing to consider. Thank you.
Great. Others that want to add to that? Okay.
Just to piggyback off of what was just said, I think that was part of our discussion as well from the African American Advisory Council for now, was just the, in terms of term limits and the 6-year period. We just had a team member who came on and was very excited to be part of our council, and then life happened and she was forced to move away. And so I think the 6-year period was something that we understood would be something that we could discuss with people that were interested in joining, and making sure they understood that while that is the requested period of time, we understand that life can happen or things and situations can change. And so if that happened, they would not be forced into staying for that full period, but could certainly present it as our member did, that things had changed and they were going to need to make a change or step down sooner than expected. Regarding the number of members, I would just reiterate again what was just said, that 11 does seem like a very manageable number. It is something that we would be willing to reconsider as time went on, and if there was just an explosive growth in interest, we would happily look at adding more people. Right now, for our commission in particular, or our council in particular, excuse me, I think we have a little ways to go before we would reach that maximum number, but if we ever did, it would be something that we would certainly be willing to reconsider.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, please go ahead.
In reference to the 6-year term for the membership, we did discuss that. But Eric, I mean, we talked about people maybe being afraid to become members because 6 years is a long time. But Eric is going to develop a professional brochure on membership that gives you the benefits, the option, you know, the benefits of being on a council, and also the options of, you know, so you don't feel like you're really tied down for 6 years, you know, because things do happen. So he'll be developing, you know, a very professional, very descriptive, you know, information on membership. And that brochure will be marketing, you know, that you know, how great the councils are and everything, but also demonstrating that, you know, they won't be tied in if they have to leave. And then as far as the cap, I think we discuss also the reconsideration of different circumstances if they should come up, you know, and like John said, amend some of those things. If the membership was too low, or if we're showing a really high interest and there's people, you know, there's applications coming to the board. So, you know, we did talk about those things, that reconsideration would come up based on circumstances. But we're looking forward to that brochure that Eric is going to develop for the councils.
Great. All right. Well, thank you all. Appreciate it very much. Any other questions from the board members before we take an action on this item?
Well, actually, yeah, I didn't know if we were going to get into a discussion at all, Madam Chair. I'm actually looking at a similar area. You know, I sort of have reticence on 6-year terms on if we shorten a term, it doesn't mean people can't come back and come back into another term. Looking at performance of councils over time, if it's locked in, multiple members are locked into long terms, there's a potential for stagnation and or the opportunity for a freshness that comes through. I think that it was a piece of some of the discussion, but not fully, if I remember correctly, as we were trying to set up the Kachina Village Advisory Council for the utility on transitioning governance from our governance to KVID. But, you know, it gives me pause on that one. I was looking at a similar thing with the 11-member piece of sometimes you get groups that get so big they get unwieldy. Although for the advisory councils and what they do, there is an opportunity with a broader membership of just that much more input. By the same token, they're run as open meetings. And so there is a chance for those that aren't participating to still participate. But if you're not a member, does it create the opportunity for regularity? So I kind of wandered through that. And then the last piece was 10 meetings per year. That's a heavier burden, whether it's a component of recruitment and fulfilling obligations as we had struggled with one of our councils before, and or meeting for the sake of meeting, creative opportunities. So I wondered if 10 meetings was putting a heavier burden on that associated with it, especially when you look at it, shall conduct at least 10 meetings rather than the inverse of no less than or no more than. I don't know. They were a couple pieces that, as I looked at this, I was wondering about, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer that question if Mr. Ryan, if you'd like.
Sure, yeah, I would. And then can you just follow up on one of his questions in terms of the terms, the 6-year terms, they can serve more than one term. Is that correct? Okay, all right, so go ahead.
I will get to that. In this document, which you have in your packet, we've called the matrix, and it helps. And I'll start with the 10 meetings per year. It's this on the second page, council meeting requirement. And it sort of shows in a visual sense what the current bylaws state. And it's really what the group coalesced around is the chalk current standard, which is 10 meetings per year. ITAC's bylaws that the board has approved requires a meeting every month, whereas AC has to have a minimum of 6 meetings per year. So we tried to set a standard where we're going to have a council that meets and is involved, but also is not expected to meet every month. It was 10 that was settled on, again, the current chalk standard, but ITAC's bylaws, which I think were last updated in 2012, requires monthly meetings, and whereas AC, certainly has a lower standard at 6 meetings per year under the current bylaws. So that's to answer that one. That's where it came from in the conversation that I heard. I certainly won't speak for the council members; they can speak for themselves. And then to the question about terms, yes, and the same thing on the matrix. There are no term limits to membership on the councils. That is a determination made by you as the board, whether or not to appoint and then reappoint. Under the bylaws that you have approved previously, the current bylaws in effect now, ITAC and AC have 6-year terms. Chalk is the one different with 4-year terms. So those are the current bylaws in those 3 columns there. And again, the proposal moves them all to 6 years, ending on December 31st, which was one of our goals in public affairs, rather than to have the term endings all scattered across the year. So that's just a sense of where we are currently versus what the proposal has.
Supervisor Ryan, any follow-up questions to that?
Well, actually, I would suggest that we're posted for action and or we don't have to take action associated with what's happening here, or we can move portions of what occurs. The idea of a 6-year term, it just doesn't, it's pretty doggone long, to be honest with you. And having the opportunity to rotate back in with interest and or or recommendation, it allows that potential rather than a lock-in associated with the advisory councils. I'll swing back to the 10 meeting piece. It is a heavy burden on that. I'll defer to the recommendation and we can take a look at it in future if it's not functioning. But I know AC was struggling there for a long time of fulfilling quorums. Now, it's great that there is more engagement, but it creates a heavier burden. And the other piece of it is, I'd like to be cautious on meeting for the sake of meeting. We watched it with our health committees before. You end up creating business just for the sake of creating business. On the other side, if there's a proactivity of wonderful engagement and good pieces come out of it, I can see a virtue of that many meetings on it. Just thoughts I have and would suggest that maybe that get chewed on and discussed a little bit more, or maybe modifying that.
Yeah, and I
think you're on mute.
want to speak to this. Thank you. I would agree with that. I also want to make sure that other board members have a chance to speak to this. So, so Supervisor Ryan and I were the two members of the board that were here when the councils were created. And my history with the council is is actually being the board member that brought this forth for the councils to be created. And my intention, and I think the Board of Supervisors' intention, was to be as inclusive as possible, to give as many people as possible the opportunity to provide input to the Board of Supervisors from various cultural communities within the county, and primarily being the African American, Hispanic, and Native American populations, which are the highest ethnic populations within our county, and making sure that we had the ability to touch bases with communities, to provide input to the board regarding their policies, regarding county programming, processes, and help with education out in the community. And so we want it to be as inclusive as possible and as geographically represented as possible, of the county. And so for me, I think, if you set the bar at 10 meetings, I mean, there's nothing that's preventing you from having 10 meetings or 12 meetings, or having more frequent meetings. I know when you're working on projects and programs, you meet more frequently. You might meet twice a month, or even 3 times a month, in terms of, getting those programs together. But in terms of official meetings, I mean, I would suggest having, maybe it's 8 meetings. But I would suggest having a little bit more discussion about that, because you can always exceed it, but you're setting a minimum. And again, in thinking about people who we want to make sure their voices are heard, people perhaps who do not have the flexibility of, of a work schedule, or maybe, work evenings, or, have kids, and they may not be able to attend an evening meeting 10 times a year, but maybe they could attend it 8 times or 6 times. And then also in terms of the 6 years, I'm thinking about our councils and commissions that we have at the county appointed by the Board of Supervisors. And there's only a couple that have 6-year terms. And so I want to make sure that, again, that just trying to be as inclusive as possible and cast as wide a net as possible, in terms of wanting to make sure that, everyone has a chance to participate who would like to be considered for a council. Maybe it could be the shorter terms, But if there's, and if there's no limit on the number of terms a person could have, then that person could be then reappointed, multiple times, take into consideration, their service and their involvement, and if there's a true desire there. So again, I think that's something too that I would love for you to engage in a little bit more discussion about. And maybe today it's okay just have this discussion, and then you all go back and work it a little bit more and then bring it back. We can always put it on a consent agenda, and move it forward in a more expedited fashion, now that we've had discussion about it. And so, other members of the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair Fowler.
I am in line with the discussion right here. There are people that may be interested, and everything that has been said about the 10 meetings a year, the number of council members, and the term. I think the term is too long. And I like to see more diversity in terms of geographic, where people come from. We're the second largest county in the country, and I really appreciate what everyone is doing, but there's diversity in where you come from also, and how and where you live at the time when you're serving, and how lifestyle and beliefs are. So I think it's really important to even consider diversity and inclusion throughout the whole county. And so I think that's something for us to work on. And I think that the councils are doing such a great job, but I think that how do you become inclusive and more inviting? So that might be something just to think about. But I agree with everything that's been said here. Thank you.
Thank you. Others?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Babbitt.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like there's kind of some trajectory on this. Personally, I mean, it feels to me like it's walked up through a process. When I heard Eric and some of the council members say, we can move forward and then we can revisit what isn't working, but may need to get adjustment. So, I'm pretty comfortable moving forward, but if the majority of the board wants to, peel back term lengths or have that discussion, I'm comfortable, but also would be comfortable moving forward, given that Eric talked about a June 21, revisit and see. So I think that they're three wanting to kind of pause, and so I can certainly support that as well, but would also be comfortable moving forward and then revisiting, into the new year. There's going to be a couple new board members on and things like that. So I'm pretty much in the middle, and we'll go with the majority direction.
Well, thank you. And when I read through the bylaws, I did just visit with Eric a little bit about it, and I just wanted to, share my observations. As I mentioned, that those were the few things that just stuck out, and just wanted to, I spoke to him about it, and he did say there was very significant discussion about all the items, very thoughtful discussion. I wanted to bring it to tonight to talk about it, to again get input from the council members themselves who are going to be here at the meeting this evening. And so I think just from the board members, from the council members. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Parks, it looks like you want to say something. Hold on one second and I'll get you. From the council members, I guess I would just ask, I mean, how do you feel about having additional discussion about it? Or do you feel like, this is where you're at?
If I can just speak on behalf of the African American Advisory Council, I think given the conversation that we've had to this point, we've gone through several months of conversation on this, and we're very comfortable with the consensus that we came to at the Tri-Diversity meeting. So I would be comfortable with us moving forward with what we have right now.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Yes, Madam Chair. I would say the same sentiment with our council. I know that Eric and Susie, this was a discussion we've had multiple times, and I really appreciated the other two council when all three of us came together last week to really discuss this, and it took a lot of collaborative, compromising efforts in some areas, but overall, I just wanted to say that it's something that we've still, excuse me, still support what has been what we worked on to agree on. And so I think the other input I wanted to say too was, I think with the 6-year limit, I was mentioning this, I work at a higher institution and we have students who graduate in 4 years, and it just is like a snap of an eye, and so to me, 6 years would give someone the first year to kind of know, become familiar. The second year, you get maybe a little bit more involved and become a really, truly valuable member of the group. And then by the third, fourth year, maybe then some person could become the leader, or maybe a vice chair or a chair. And then by the 6th year, really have a lot of input, a lot of knowledge about the community. That's if someone wanted to commit that long. I think within our council, there's only 2 or 3 of us that have been with the group for a long time. And we've never reached 15 people ever. And so I think those are why when we worked with the other 2 councils, we really thought, that those were some of the discussions that we had. And so yeah, I think, our group has talked about it, and we've talked about it with Chalk and AC, and feel comfortable with how it's set right now. But thank you though for your questions.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Chair Eden.
Yes, I know Chalk had the 10 meetings per year, and I could also understand, and we can understand that, you could lower the number because with Chalk, if you did lower the number to 8, Chalk would probably still be meeting because of the activities involved. We do need to meet, but then also we were happy that we had the 2 months option, because a lot of times there's summer months where a lot of the members are on vacation. And so they're really out and we don't have a quorum. So setting an official number would be okay, because I think individually every council would meet as needed to, to fill their activities or responsibilities in the community. And I know Chuck did also think that 6 was a little long for a term. But again, we were told everything can be revisited again. And, and then Eric's doing the brochure. So we went ahead and moved forward with the other councils.
Okay, I appreciate it. Supervisor Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think that these council members probably have it pretty well figured out, pretty well know best what they are facing and what it is and how they can work best together. I believe that they have indicated that they have worked pretty hard on this over quite a long time to get it hammered out. And I agree with some of the board members that possibly a person that has been in an elected position for too many years will kind of stagnate. But I think that these folks and Sharon Doctor just outlined that they how and why they feel that a 6-year term is appropriate. So I'm comfortable with moving forward with what they've got right now. I don't see that we can improve things on what they have already decided. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So let me just say, so I'm gonna move us forward, and that is that I want to be respectful of every member of the council and all of the work that you've put into the bylaws. I know there's been significant discussion. I mean, Eric has been keeping us surprised of just the amount of work that's been going into the bylaws and into these discussions. And so I really want to, number one, acknowledge that, and just let you know that I'm struggling a little bit with this because I don't want you to think that I don't respect the work or thank you or value the work that you've done. I need to just go back to the original intent and vision when the councils were created. And I do feel that a 4-year term and setting a goal of 8 meetings, knowing that you can exceed it, that it would be good to set the minimum required a little bit lower, and then if you want to exceed it, you can. But also to set the term limits a little bit lower, because again, I just want to make sure that people do not get inhibited by the term that they're going to be expected to fulfill, which is 6. And all of us are very conscientious people. I mean, the first thing we ask is, well, how long is the term? And what are my responsibilities, and what are the expectations of me? And it's going to be 6 years. I mean, I can't see anybody going into it saying, oh, I'm going to go into this, but I'm not going to fulfill the 6 years. I'm going to just make I'm going to do a 2-year or a 3-year. I mean, yes, and life happens, but at the same time, I think that people go into their volunteer work and into positions like this because they are important positions. I mean, the councils are representing important communities. And so I would like for a person to be able to go in who wants to fulfill their responsibility and wants to accept an appointment, knowing that they're going to complete their years, and say, okay, I can complete a 4-year term or a 3-year term, and I know that I can renew my term. I can be up for renewal and I can get appointed again and again, as opposed to saying, you know what, I don't know that I can fulfill a 6-year term, and so I probably shouldn't apply. I mean, if you just think about it, think about people being conscientious and thinking of, and wanting to fulfill the term that is expected of them. So again, my experience, the original intention of these councils when they were created a couple of decades ago, and just the fact that I really want to be as inclusive as possible, leads me to ask you to please consider that, leads me to either ask you to consider that, or for the board. I mean, obviously we make the final decision to encourage the board to go for a shorter term and set the minimum numbers of meetings to something less than 10.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, and very important. I mean, part of this is also process. We know you've been working on it, but here's our presentation without discussion associated with it. And my tendency, this is unlike what I do. If I see something move forward by community or a group, there's a certain point. Sure, you want to be rigid on what you think sometimes because of where you are. But by the same token, there's a dialogue that occurred. By the same token, there wasn't a dialogue with the board. And to be honest with you, I've seen committees and commissions, and I think the terms that you're setting in place as a recommendation are long. You have the potential of having people locked into a position where there's a desire for new people to move into it. It doesn't inhibit the people that want to continue on from continuing on. They finish out a term, and then there may be more people that want to be engaged. Do they be considered or not? There's a freshness associated with it. And by the same token, by having the opportunity to repeat a term, you have the institutional knowledge that's been built within the group, and everything that you've worked on that you build upon, you have the opportunity to foster it. So the discussion starts to revolve around, well, we went through a discussion related to it. What level of these pieces carry through? Maybe you did wander through this, but I'd have to say I'd have difficulty in supporting this. Here's our opportunity at the moment to go back and have further discussions, although you might be tired of meeting over this, and that may be a reason, or you maybe feel as though you already vetted it on that. And I have reservations on watching. Right now, the councils are the very dynamic, and you have involvement, but that has not always been the case. And so setting the number of meetings so high, I'm reticent to support that. The last piece is there is the geographic question of it's a challenge sometimes to field people from a rural area, but it's the same discussion of how do you ensure representation, that we do have people from throughout the county to be on the councils. These are pieces that I'm struggling with on the recommendations, and we have not had to have that opportunity to have these discussions and suggest that further discussion happen with these. So I'd hesitate on moving forward on supporting it just based on different behaviors of various councils and committees that I've seen over the years. There's an opportunity to modify at this point for that. I would prefer that we not, as the board, I would suggest that it will go back for conversation and see if the conversation modifies or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Eric, did you want to add something?
Chair, I've heard the conversation. I think there's probably merits on both sides of the conversation. So I think it would be well advised, and I think we can work to try to get a tri-diversity meeting to speed that process instead of going through a couple months of rotation, but call a special meeting essentially and bring that back and then really examine the current bylaws, what the board has already enacted and what the policy is behind that, and to walk that through with diversity council members. There's not a lot of change that I guess we're talking about. So let us, I think what I'm hearing is we can easily take it back. We can try to have some conversation and get this addressed without needing to go months and months on, but come back and have more conversation. So
Yeah, I mean, this is something I would expect to bring back, within, like, if possible, within the next 30 days. If that's a possibility, I don't want to hold it up. I just, I mean, obviously there's two ways there's two things could happen right now. I could go for a vote and board could vote on it right now, but, it would be based on our input that we're giving right now, to go for a vote. And that's not my preference. My preference is to send it back to the councils for further discussion, having heard this, this session with the board. I mean, and our processes are such that, we have a work session with the board and with the councils, and that's what we're doing right now. And then, it's a discussion, it's a dialogue, it goes back and forth. And so, I mean, you're hearing from the Board of Supervisors what our input is, and that we're asking it to go back to the councils for further consideration, because I don't think it's does anybody any bit of good for me to call for a vote right now, and for us to, say, okay, the membership's going to be 4 years or 2 and 4 year staggered terms, and it's going to be 8 meetings, without you all having significant, discussion about that, again, having heard what the board is saying. And so I would like for it to go back. I do know that there are 2 name changes that I think, the 2 groups are very anxious to have. And I'm wondering, Rose, if the board could take action on the name changes portion of the bylaws, and then what could be left are the remainder of the bylaws, especially about the terms and the number of meetings.
Madam Chair, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
So and Rose certainly can pop in. Part of this is obviously merging the 3 into one set of bylaws. So I think that would be probably a departure from what is actionable, because we would be, I think amending the current sets of bylaws to recognize the name change. That wouldn't have all these other components included. I'm not sure. It's functionally how we would take this set of bylaws and pull out those couple things that aren't yet decided on, if we try to do the name change without the other pieces right away. I'm not trying to make this a one-all, but it may be best just to give that 35 days when we get it back to you. But I'll certainly let Rose weigh in on that matter, considering that's such a large change of moving all these documents into one.
Mm-hmm. Rose?
Thank you, Chair Archuleta. So I think, based on the language in the motion or in the agenda item, I think it could be done. It certainly raises the issues that Eric just described. I think it would mean, because right now this is all through a resolution, so it would mean either revising the resolution from the dais to only address the name changes, or the action is really centered around the resolution, and it's the resolution, the single resolution, that addresses both the bylaws and the name changes. So it's a little bit, I think the board would have to revise the resolution to remove everything but the changes to the names. And then, a new resolution would need to be drafted when the bylaws are reconsidered.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's doable,
Understood.
but a little clunky.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So why don't we do this? Why don't we bring it back to the board? I see County Manager Jane.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think this has been an awesome discussion. We have 3 advisory councils that are committed to serving people and communities throughout our county. And I think this has been amazing feedback that we've received tonight. that we can take back. It does not negate all the work that has been done to get to this point. But I think now we're here, and the board has now offered some, I think, constructive observations to what has been proposed. And we could, Eric, go back, and Susie, I'd be happy to work with you all and even join you at upcoming meetings if that's appropriate. I'd love to do that. But I think that there is absolutely a constructive path forward here. And I think rather than my recommendation, Madam Chair, at this point, rather than pulling a piece of this out, is that we have an opportunity to go back and take another look at these proposed changes and come back with some recommendations that also incorporate the feedback that everybody received from the board this evening. So I would just recommend that we hit pause this evening and come back. We could do either on a consent or simply have an action item that outlines a couple key points based on the feedback we received from the board this evening. So that would be my recommendation, Madam Chair.
Okay. Great. Well, thank you for that, Jimmy, and appreciate everybody's work on this from the county, and most importantly, want to thank that sounds like a positive path forward, and I appreciate that recommendation. I want to especially thank the council members that have stayed on the phone with us and provided the very in-depth presentations of the work that you've done in the past year and the work that you're committing to doing and you continue to do. And I want to I will look forward to seeing this on the agenda, hopefully within the next 30 days. No pressure for you to get together quickly, just rather, just my offering to you and extending to you that we will put this on an agenda again as soon as we know that you've gotten together and there's been more discussion and that there's a recommendation that will come forth after hearing this dialogue with the board. And so just know that we'll put it on the agenda as soon as you ask us to. Okay. So thank you very much for the work session with the board. We, again, greatly appreciate it. And we will go on to our next item.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I'll go ahead, Vice Chair Fowler.
Yes, so I appreciate delaying this or having further discussion on the bylaws, and I think it's really important that we reflect our county. We have a vast county, and there's just different walks of life, and also just the different organizations that are in maybe not even people that are consider people that are not with organizations also to be serving on the council. So I think that's really important to, we're always talking about trying to make sure that we have representation with the budget and all the different committees from all parts of the county. And I think these council need to be that way as well. So appreciate everyone's work. I really, really appreciate the council, your dedication and your commitment to our communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler. All right, thank you. Our next item is an update, discussion, and possible action regarding the coronavirus and response efforts. Deputy County Manager Peoples.
Hi, good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, members of the board. It is a long evening, so I plan on being very brief. Of course, we'll welcome any questions. Thank you. So in terms of case updates, we are up to 1,249 cases. Unfortunately, we have also arrived at 82 COVID-related deaths. I do want to touch on the 14-day trajectory for just a moment. There's been a lot of questions about that, and rightfully so. The CDC has set the 14-day downward trajectory as a gating criteria and really as a gold standard gating criteria. Yet they haven't put much definition or explanation around that. And I'm probably being generous by saying they haven't put much. There's nothing around it. And that has left communities to grapple with what that really means. And so our team within the EOC and the HHS epidemiology and disease investigations team continue to really try to analyze the data and dig down into the weeds. And so I don't have an answer for you tonight on the 14-day trajectory, but I wanted to share with you some of our concerns around it. And of course, we want to align with the CDC. That is always our goal. However, due to the way in which we're getting third-party cases, often they lag 5 to 7 days behind, which really is hard then to have an accurate 14-day trajectory. And then when we go back and correct it based on those third-party laboratory reports, it of course is confusing for the public to understand. So just wanted to share that we are very aware of that. And if people are wondering why some of the data on the dashboard changes, it is because laboratory testing has really opened up and there's a lot of tests that are coming in, which is great. But again, it does have a 5 to 7 day lag. And I just wanted to give one example of what that 14-day trajectory could look like. So as an example, if we were to take 14 days from May 24th to June 6th, it would look like we've had a 30% decrease in cases. However, if we change that by just 1 day and we're to look at May 25th to June 7th, it would look like we'd had an 80% increase. So again, it's really tricky in looking at that. And that goes back to, we really need to look at a combination of data metrics, such as deaths, hospitalization rates, case counts, of course, and then of course, what we're seeing in our own communities. And those communities are very individualized. I also wanted to share, Madam Chair, members of the board, just some updates on specimen collection as we move forward. Fort Tuthill continues to be a vital resource for Coconino County community members and occasionally people that live outside of the county. We have seen specimen collections pick up drastically over the last few weeks. As an example, we were averaging about 47 specimens a day, which is still quite a bit. The week of May 25th, we averaged about 56 specimens a day. And this past week, we saw an average of about 62 specimens a day. And of note, on May 26th, staff collected 83 specimens in 1 day. And then on June 5th, we had 100 specimens collected. And yesterday, I think it was 102. So all that to say is that we are increasing. So we're not seeing the Fort Tuthill work decrease. There's still a lot of community interest in having testing, and we are filling that need and proud to do so. However, that testing does pose some staffing challenges. As departments, the county is no different, goes back to trying to get as close to normal as possible and slowly having some reentry discussions. So are our hospital and healthcare partners. They are also going back to their new normal, which means we don't have all of the volunteer assistance that we did have. So we are rapidly trying to staff up, train new people in order to make sure that we can meet that Fort Tuthill demand. I also want to be able to share with you that we are continuing our mobile collection efforts. I apologize. We will be going to Fredonia on Monday, and we have continued to reach out specifically across the county to certain businesses, continue to work with our sheltering communities, and we've done a lot of work over the past few weeks, and that has not slowed down within many of our congregate settings, such as developmentally disabled group homes, and then of course still with our jail. So that work is continuing. We have not heard any additional word on ADHS testing blitzes. I do not believe at this point in time they will reissue any or have a concerted effort. So in that vein, we are still continuing to look at how we can utilize Fort Tuthill, or perhaps have expanded hours for a couple of days, perhaps do another weekend event, in essence, to host our own blitz. So we'll continue to bring information back to the board on that. In terms of Hotel Aspen, as you know, those activities continue. Our current guests are at 24. To date, we've had 227 people there. So our guests have slowed down, if you will. We did see several weeks where we had incredibly high numbers of guests. The good news in that is that what we are doing with our sheltering partners is working. They've done a lot of testing over the last couple of weeks with very few positives. As a matter of fact, their last testing of over 100 people only resulted in 1 positive. That is testament to what we're doing in terms of the sheltering and having Hotel Aspen along with the other sheltering options. So we're very pleased to be able to be part of that, which of course reduces community transmission. In terms of reentry, the board is familiar with the reentry document. I do want to share that we're moving forward with the Reentry Advisory Council. There was a 1-page document about the intent of the Reentry Advisory Council that was provided to the elected leadership team over the weekend. There was a discussion about it on Monday morning during our 9 a.m. call. There were some questions and conversation, but no feedback in terms of changes or something different that our leadership would like to see. So what I've done at this point is we put out a call for nominations from those departments and elected officials. We would like to see frontline supervisors nominated so we can really get the feel in terms of what people are experiencing, what their staff are experiencing, how they are dealing with the new normal, to learn what they're hearing about wearing masks in the workplace, how the public is responding to wearing masks in county buildings. So right now I've got about 5 nominations. We're going to put out a call, a reminder tomorrow morning on our EOLT call, and I suspect that we will have more nominations by the end of the week. And then the goal is to set up a meeting and have at least a brief introductory meeting next week and then move forward from there. I think, Madam Chair, just considering the lateness of the evening, I will leave that in terms of my update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you or other board members may have.
Thank you, Marie, and thank you for clarifying giving a little more information on the numbers and the increases that we're seeing. Any questions from Marie?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, it goes to where you were going with the idea of standing up another testing ability. Can you go just a little bit further into it? Because, a piece of this is, I think, I'm not sure if I copied you in an email that I sent to Jimmy, but you have the workforce out there, so to speak, that has to some degree, and or travelers for that matter, that are working, that have demands placed on them that go beyond just the medical community's discussion associated with this on whether they would be allowed back to work depending upon testing associated with it. So in standing up the site to some degree, or mostly, we were concentrating on relief associated with the medical limitations in emergency rooms, but we also were, we know part of the solution is availability of testing, and there's limitations, but by removing the testing from our sites, it also runs into this other challenge that is happening in the community. So if you could speak to that, Marie, that would be helpful on how we might be able to enable more so.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I'm afraid I don't have all of the answers. I mean, that really is what our planning and strategies team is working on right now. As I shared, so part of our limitations in being able to do expanded testing is we just don't have the nursing staff. We have 2.5 nurses. I am pleased to report that we did hire a nurse practitioner today, and that has been terrific. As you guys know, there's always challenges with that. They are a precious commodity in our community. There's just not a lot of them. So this new person does not start for a couple weeks, of course, but that will really help deepen our bench in terms of what we can do and just being able to spread staff around or holding an evening event. But we really don't want to be the gatekeepers of testing. And so we are really trying to partner with, it doesn't matter what type of health clinics, large practices, small practices across the county, because we can now, we're in a position where we can help provide supplies and test kits to those individuals in those spaces so they can have greater testing access. But that still has been difficult. There's still a lot of unease, even for healthcare practitioners, to have their staff providing that sort of blitz activity or just doing open testing. And what we're also finding is that healthcare clinics, as much as they're great partners, and they are, they have limitations about they need to make people patients, and they have to set up the patient chart and record. And that's where public health really has a lot more flexibility. We don't have to do that. We can enter people into our system, and that's really the end of it. We don't have to collect insurance. We don't have to get a lot of other additional information. So we're really trying to push those boundaries and to stretch what the capacities could be. Again, having a nurse practitioner is going to help. I've been able to speak with the county manager in depth about even just hiring a couple of temporary 1 year or 6 month limited nurse positions to be able to help us move forward. Same with our epidemiologist. We have 2 epidemiologists only. And when I think about the amount of work that they have put out over the entire COVID event, and certainly not by themselves. There's a whole team of people that assist them, and we also have the NAU partners as well as others. But again, those partners are now reframing how they're doing work, and we're really still kind of the last man standing, if you will. And we're proud to be, but it's also having us refocus how we do things and re-strategize, if you will. So I'm not sure that fully answers your questions, but please rest assured that we are working on trying to plan and not just look at what does today look like, what does next week look like, how will we continue staffing this 60 days, 90 days down the road?
Oops. Thank you. Yeah, the short end of it is, same old, same old. We need more tests and additional support for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other questions from board members?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor.
So Marie, the Arizona State Director sent a letter to the hospitals urging them to fully activate their emergency plans. How does that impact what we're doing, and what does that mean for our, it sounds like it's the whole state. Can you speak to that?
I can just a little bit, and interim HHS Director Mike Oxtoby would be better to speak to this, and I can have him provide some supplemental information. There was a call today on this topic, and he sat in on that call, which is why he would be better poised to answer it. What I can share, he did provide me some notes from the call. So unfortunately, and I don't want to say our hospitals aren't prepared, because obviously they're responding, but it does sound like some of their emergency plans perhaps don't look out as far as we need them to look out in terms of PPE and being able to respond to the community as much as we need. And we're seeing an increase across the state. That's no secret. And that's, and part of that's attributed to reopening. Some of that is, as I've shared before, the national modeling said that Arizona would hit the peak sometime in June. So perhaps it's reopening. Perhaps this is just when we were going to hit our peak anyway. There's many factors in there. But for whatever reason, hospitals are seeing an increased patient load. And so ADHS did put out that call that they need to really shore up their emergency plans, make sure that they have staffing and PPE. It was also a call to local health departments, which was the piece I was most interested in hearing about from Mr. Oxtoby today. Local health departments were charged with assisting hospitals with getting their plans in place and making sure that they met the needs. So, and we've continued to work with our hospitals, but we will reach out again and see if they need additional help with their plans and what that means. I really don't know how to put any context around help in terms of what the hospitals may need. So I hope to learn more.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
And Dr. Peoples, the at Fort Ted Hill, which you say you were getting increased, demand for a test at Fort Ted Hill. So, is it still is it still the criteria that people need to have a prescription or an order or a request from a doctor for that, or it's open?
It's open. The
Okay.
secret's out.
Okay, all right, super. Well, I thought so, but I was thinking, wow, that's a really big surge in numbers that we're serving. What has changed? So that is it. And so obviously the word is spreading about
I don't know if that's it or not. I feel like that might be it, but we have not advertised that greatly. And honestly, that is, I mean, just candidly, that's because we have not had nurses. And also we did not fully realize because ADHS didn't put a lot of advertising around it. But we really, it's the guidance changes has been incredibly subtle in terms of how we manage that. And really that's happened throughout the blitzes and it just has not reverted. So we have been seeing people without doctor's orders. And so that is a large part of the increase. I can tell you both myself and Ms. Kim Musselman worked for Tuthill today, and we saw very few people with doctor's orders. People were just coming through that were symptomatic, not to say they had COVID, but they felt like they had symptoms or they had an exposure to a person they knew to be positive. So people are just coming through and they are being seen, which is another reason why we do need to staff up, because we do want to advertise that it is open to everybody. And actually there's some conversations with the JIC team that occurred today. And so we know as soon as we do really publicize that, we're going to see even more increased numbers, or at least that's what we hope for. It's a great problem to have.
Sure.
And since you've given me the opportunity to talk about Tuthill, I just want to say one more thing, because hopefully the public is listening. For me, today was the first time really that I have seen a great number of people that came through without a mask on. It still continues to be the requirement that people need to wear a mask to keep us safe. We need our healthcare workers to be able to do their jobs. And, most people, once we offered to give them a mask, they were grateful. They took the mask. It wasn't a problem. But there were some people that were very, they weren't happy about having to wear a mask, even though they did it so they could get their test. So I would just put out that plea for people to remember that wearing a mask really takes care of those around you. And for me, it was a little bit of a eye opener, if you will, that the change is happening within our community, whereas perhaps people, it's warmer, weather is better, people just feel like perhaps they're over it. We're not going to wear a mask, we don't need to. And I would just like to remind people that as much as we're all tired of the physical distancing, we're not over it. And so for people to please continue to be careful, and for us all to continue to do that education.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board for Dr. Peoples? All right, well, thank you. I had heard that you and Kim were going over there today to help with the testing and really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I know that we're short-staffed there, so appreciate you rolling up your sleeves and jumping in and doing that.
It was actually a pretty fun day. Thank you for the kind words, but I won't complain over being outside all day.
Right. Well, great. Thank you so much. Okay, board members, we're going to go on to our next item, and this was going to be presented by Eric Peterson, and this is an update on the CARES Act funding.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. I emailed this. I wasn't sure if we were going to get to it. I will get my share screen up here so you can see the CARES Act overview. As part of our roundtable tonight, the overview simply lays out some of the things, most of the things that we've already talked about, but just an overview ahead of what is likely an action or an item for your discussion on the 23rd about accepting the CARES Act funding that the governor has unlocked. To step back, Arizona received a total of $2.82 billion for state and local governments. Of that, $1.86 billion went to the state. Obviously, local governments over 500,000 received 965 approximately. Those are the numbers there that you can see laid out in the document. And then the governor released $441 million in direct aid to governments under 500,000 in population for all of the county. Those numbers are laid out here in this chart that you see my mouse scrolling over. And the total amount to all governments in Coconino County, I should say, the cities, towns, and county, 16.4 million. Of major note and of the bigger concern is this section, the eligible expenses. We have to comply with the guidance from the Federal Treasury Department. CARES funds may only be used, as the governor has allowed them to be used, for expenses between March 1 of this year and December 30. Payroll expenses not including overtime related to the public health and public safety departments. We are submitting our documentation to draw down those money in the coming weeks, hopefully within the next 2 weeks. And also by the end of this week, we are expecting the express pay reimbursement should be processed. 75% of the costs for the hotel operation does not count against that 6.08 million. And we are working to cover that local 25% match outside of the CARES allocation. So that's just a very brief overview. I'll let Joanne make any comments if she has any, and otherwise pause for questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy County Manager Keene. Any comments that you would like to add to that? Well, I know that there were some technical difficulties earlier.
Okay,
there you are. Hi, yes.
I apologize.
No,
I was
it's
going
okay.
to say she was getting the bear out of the trash can out there.
The only thing I would add, and this is an excellent summary, is that I've been working with Siri Mullaney on our submittal for the CARES Act reimbursement. And as Eric mentioned, we will have a board item on the 23rd for the board to accept those funds. And we need that to be posted on a board agenda so we can submit for reimbursement. So hopefully we should be able to get those in the next week or so. And as Eric mentioned, the express pay reimbursement is moving forward. It's delayed a little bit due to our change in finance director. So we had to kind of resubmit everything, but we're in good shape and everything is looking good. So nothing else to add, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions for Deputy County Manager Keene? Okay, great. Eric, anything else from you?
There was just one item, Madam Chair, and I'll think I can get it pulled up on this. This was about the communications piece of the roundtable we added. Wanted to make you aware we are continuing some things that you all know about. So this is just an update. You have it emailed. Ask a Supervisor continues weekly. Supervisor Parks tomorrow. But this one here, the weekly video column, is a new product in the communications portfolio. Looking to do, rather than just have an internal video weekly from the manager, a 3 to 4 minute video of opinion, comments, information, rotating between the supervisors, elected officials, county leadership. We'll try to do it, record and edit on Wednesday so that it can be put up for public on Thursday and embedded on the web, both internally and externally. We'll work with whoever the guest is that week on a script to be, put up in the teleprompter. They're very easy to do, as the county manager can tell you, but just wanted to highlight that new potential starting next week, that we will be reaching out to schedule times for leadership and elected officials from the breadth of the supervisors, the other elected officials, and then leadership across the county to discuss matters of import for the county constituents. And then just for your knowledge and information, the Connect and the county manager's global email currently are coming out at right about the same time. So we have a saturation point, and it was my recommendation, and we have agreed to move the Connect publication to Mondays, which will allow the county manager's global email to come out on Thursday. The Connect will come out on Monday, recapping the past week, and then also looking at the week ahead. So you will see no Connect 2 days from now. It will be out on Monday, the 15th. So that is our communication report. You have this in your email as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Peterson. Okay, next we have County Manager's report. County Manager, do you have anything to share with us?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I heard the Public Affairs Director say is that he can even make Jane you know, survive 3 minutes of a video interview. So if I can do it, then, you know, anybody else could do it.
That's what I heard. Yep.
Considering what he has to work with. Madam Chair, I just wanted to just put a plug in for Lindsay has been reaching out to you all about a special meeting for Thursday at 4 o'clock regarding following the Forest Service, both the Kaibab, excuse me, and the Coconino into stage 2 restrictions, which they're going to at the end of this week. So again, I know Lindsay's heard for a couple board members. Again, for Thursday at 4, she does have to get that posted, obviously, by mid-afternoon tomorrow. So if that works for you, could you just please reach out to the clerk and make sure that you can. This will be just a few-minute meeting. Again, Thursday, 4 o'clock, special meeting regarding stage 2 restrictions following the Coconino and the Kaibab. We are planning for a reminder of a joint city of Flagstaff and county meeting on Monday, June 22nd at 4 o'clock, 4 to 6. It should be on all of your calendars. Currently, we're considering 4 items. And I did visit with the city manager this morning, and the chair and I talked again today about a potential resolution or proclamation between the city and the county dealing with diversity, equity, and inclusion that we could consider with our city partners, demonstration to the public of us working together on this issue and many other things that we do together. So that is being considered for the 22nd. A COVID update, and Dr. Peoples has agreed to do that. We've also talked with the city manager, Joanna and I specifically, about a CARES Act item that discuss potential partnership opportunities between the county and the city. Again, that would be on the agenda as well, along with an update that we were not able to do that Deputy County Manager Adriani was prepared to do when COVID hit, when we had a previous joint meeting scheduled right when this happened regarding kind of giving a museum flood mitigation update. Again, for Monday, June 22nd from 4 to 6. And I just want to say, Madam Chair, thank you to Dr. Peoples and to Kim Musselman for joining the team out there at Tut Hill today. Congratulations on bringing the nurse practitioner on today, and we're looking at other solutions. And Mr. Ryan, we definitely have heard your comments and others about the enhanced service that Marie did talk about. So those things are being worked on. I just want to say thank you to Marie and Kim and the HHS team for what you all continue to do to serve people in community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for County Manager Jane? Okay. Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, actually, it's not so much a question. And sure, I could do it during roundtable. You kind of heard my piece on the census, but I think we probably want to reach out to our partners pretty soon here, the various jurisdictions, schools, fire districts, cities on the census piece. Our numbers are bad. And then again, with NAU coming back, we're going to have a lower population. So it begs for, yes, census workers are doing their thing. And yes, we have a team together with the city and county, but it begs for a proactive, really go, pull the alliance in, really get after this one, because we have bad numbers there. And it's going to hurt us if we don't get active on it.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Madam Chair, would it be okay?
Sure. Yes, I think that's really great. And I was just going to say that, Matt, we had a discussion about this. The Kim and representatives from the city of Flagstaff, the census leadership team, and myself, and also like our regional census director about how there, of course, with COVID, I mean, there's been a lull in activities, but yes, we're going to step up, social media, we're going to step up radio, we're going to step up newsprint, we're going to, call in all of our partners to make sure that, people understand that we are lagging behind. We need to make sure and get the community, aware of this. And so we're right with you. And certainly at some point, if you would like, either in written or, it can be something brief, and maybe even at the Flagstaff City Council, Coconino County Board of Supervisors meeting, we could do a brief just update, kind of like what the action plan is. That would probably be a really good idea. Go ahead, County Manager Jane, I interrupted you.
No, Madam Chair, that's very well said. If we just want to take 30 seconds, Kim Musselman's on the call and is willing to just share a couple on top of everything that you just shared, kind of where we're at right now, what the plan is. So, Madam Chair, if it's okay.
Sure, that'd be
Kim?
great. Yes, thanks, Kim.
Thank you, Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Ryan. I would be happy to just add a couple other pieces to what Chairwoman Archuleta had just said. I was on a call this morning early and with the PR firm that we're working with, and we were talking about changes in messaging. And I just want to assure you, Supervisor Ryan, that there is a plan, and there are lots of folks who are ready to be engaged and at the table. We had our joint meeting yesterday afternoon that we had about 40 people on from various places across organizations in the county. And as Chairwoman Archuleta was indicating, we have taken a little bit of a pause, if you will, because the Census Bureau itself had ceased operations. So I just want to point out to you that they just resumed operations a couple weeks ago. They are currently out distributing what is called the TEA 6 notifications, which go out to all of our areas that only receive mail by PO box. And as most of you know, that is a huge percentage of Coconino County, unlike most other areas in the entire country. So those are being delivered. Their deadline to have those out there to all of the post office box residents is June 16th. They intend to be finished with that. And so one of the things that is happening is actually changing messaging so that we can pivot and remind people that they have received that. What they're getting is their actual census ID number that's being dropped off at their doors. And so we want to encourage everyone at this point. In fact, the Census Bureau told us to not encourage people who were PO box recipients of mail to fill out their census until they received that specific number so that they could then complete their census. So the rural subcommittee is meeting tomorrow afternoon to restart some of the plans. We've got postcards ready to go. There is a very large plan that I won't belabor you with at this late hour, but I want to assure you that there are lots of folks ready to be engaged, and it's just a matter of getting that restarted. And I'd be happy to share many, many more details with you at a later date. And that's all I have, unless you have any specific questions. Thanks.
No, I made my point, and we need to do something different and beyond. I mean, I appreciate everything that's going on there, and if that triggers it, great. But we need to be ready to up it if it's not working, and up our activity, that is, if it's not working. So thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Yeah, unfortunately, all of the wonderful, family activities and activities that we were going to have tabling at and creating excitement around the census, obviously, we've had to go to Plan B. But yes, we hear you loud and clear, and we will bring that to the census group. Any other members of the board who have any questions for County Manager Jane or of Kim? Okay, great. Well, anything else, Jimmy, that you wanted to add in your report?
No, thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so now round table. And so I would ask members of the board to go forth with round table, perhaps choosing the items that are most important would be great. So let's start with Supervisor Babbitt.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I will pass tonight. It's pretty late. Thanks.
Thank you so much. District 3, Supervisor Ryan.
Just the one piece is Parks Parade. They're going to have one no matter what. They are trying to see if somebody can move forward with an application. Jay put out information that they need to come up with a social distancing plan. So there is a level of discussion going on in the community. No matter what, something will happen out there, but hopefully it can work through a good application process instead, and that they come up with a plan. I'm trying to encourage community involvement to help out the applicant, whoever that may be associated with the parade. But that's one, just to give everybody a heads up on that. Okay, it's going to happen no matter what. It's just a matter of can it be a little bit more organized? And if it does, just pieces that the sheriff needs to be aware of, and the rest of us need to be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get community public health involved as well? I know you mentioned community development, but maybe.
Yeah. A piece of that is as they go through the application, they come up with a plan and it's referred to HHS.
Okay. Thank you very much. Supervisor Parks, District 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I pass.
Magnum PI. I know that show well. Thank you very much. Vice Chair Fowler, District 5.
Supervisor Ryan didn't bring up census.
Yeah.
So I just want to let you all know that you may have already heard, but the Navajo Nation has started its census, restarted it, and it starts on June 11th. The census staff will be going out into Navajo Nation and doing the drop off the questionnaires, and also trying to meet the July 9th deadline for that. So those are self-response. I think it's really important that we all coordinate. I know that the county, we're all working together and trying to get the message out, but Navajo Nation has restarted as well. I met with the BLM director, the Arizona Strip director, Michael Herder, and Julian was on the call from Public Works, and Miranda, my staff assistant, was also on the call. They're working to reopen the wave, and I'm sure Julian will be able to share his notes, and Miranda, to everyone, just so you all know what the plan is. There was the last discussion that we had was, changing the permit from 20 permits to 90, maybe possibly 96. So that is still in discussion. It may be that the new assistant secretary will just make that decision on her own, but we'll see. But we'll keep you updated. I'll since it's pretty late, I'll just add that, and the rest will be able to email it to you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I will just report out that yesterday we had a really engaged all team meeting for our team members in Page, Fredonia, the whole northern area of the county, and
Tuba City.
Tuba City too. Yes, thank you so much, County Manager Jane. It was a really great meeting, and Vice Chair Fowler welcomed our team members, as did I, and then she provided closing comments as well. But just, really dedicated team members that we have in the extended parts of our county. And they had a lot of questions. It was a really good discussion, and certainly people are very appreciative of our discussion about reentry and keeping folks safe. They also communicated the needs of the communities that they serve, and just that there's definitely needs and in terms of emergency services and food and other issues that are being brought to their attention in terms of communities. And so it was great to be able to have Vice Chair Fowler on the meeting to be able to point out various resources and community connections. It was a really good meeting. And then secondly, I did want to let you know that at our joint city county meeting, we will be discussing the museum fire and flood preparation for the communities. I'm getting quite a bit of folks from Sunnyside neighborhood, just, wondering, they all received the flood letter. So, wondering if there's going to be assistance for elderly community members to be able to take torn sandbags out and put new ones in, questions about getting information, flood alerts, you name it. People are getting, of course, a little bit nervous because they know that monsoons are not very far away. And so I think it'll be a good discussion that we'll have at the joint meeting to discuss just roles and responsibilities, and then also response to flood events this summer, and how the two governments will, who will take on which roles, and the cooperative efforts that we'll be engaged in. So that's all I have for tonight. If there's nothing further, we will adjourn our meeting. And just a reminder to please get back to Lindsay to see if a brief meeting on Thursday would work for everyone. Thank you all. Have a good night. And thanks to members of the public for joining us.